Hello, everybody, and welcome to Legends of Logomancy. And what is this, you may ask? Why, this is the finest Dungeons and Dragons stream this side of Twitch and/or YouTube's that Sunday nights have ever seen. And we're here to play some D&D and roll the clickety clackety math rocks, both virtually and otherwise, because we're those kinds of goblins. How is everybody?
Excellent.
I need to mute the control room because you are all very, very duplicated. There we go.
Duplicated.
Duplicated.
Mac,
Duplicated.
how's your day?
Oh, it's been a day.
Yep.
Haven't done too much today. We'll need to do a lot after the stream ends, but it's been all right. Just cleaned, got some groceries, normal human stuff. Totally human, normal person things to do.
Finished building some Gundam models?
I will.
Well, I mean, the one you showed us is sick, and I think it deserves its own cameo headshot.
Oh gosh, I'd have to stand up and pull it off the wall again.
That's fair. Don't worry about that.
But yes, that master grade model has been completed.
I like it.
Yeah, and I'll do my next master grade I'm going to pick up next week is like that tall, which is going to be crazy build. So
I'm debating in I think it's a master grade Wing Zero.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Because Amazon cheaped out and had them on for like $46 because they overstocked. Somebody overstocked something somewhere.
I was going to say, if you're ever buying Gundams in the future, go through like Panda Hobby.
Yeah,
they're also Canadian because Amazon, like the ones I get for $30 are like 60 on Amazon.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah. Melissa, happy Mother's Day.
Thank you. It was a good one.
How was your day? How was your week?
Lovely.
Your month or even your year?
Oh, and it hasn't been your day. Actually, it is my day. No, it was great. Day. I got flowers. I saw my mother, who's an amazing person. It was awesome. It was a good one. And also got groceries because it's Sunday. So
I also got groceries and had a chance to talk with my mom for like 10 minutes while waiting for groceries. It was the thing. It was kind of nice. And because I am the most excellent partner I am, I got my wife a bag of cheese for Mother's Day.
Ooh,
yeah.
Cheese.
There is a place called Peasant Cheese, and no sponsorship, no promotion, but if you want a sack of cheese with the associated crackers and jams that match them and a list of wine pairings to go with it, if that is your jam, Peasant Cheese, man. Oh yeah.
I just like the name.
I feel like that's going to be Agnes's retirement plan. She'll just run something like Peasant Cheese.
There is a deep dark thread on Reddit that expunges being a Minotaur character and like cornering the cheese wheel market by yourself by being a Minotaur. And I'm just going to say nobody picked that, so I don't have to deal with it. But for any of the people that want to like play on stream with us, I'm watching you.
If you kill Quill, I am warning you now.
Cheese Minotaur.
There is going to be a cheesemonger custom homebrew class coming for you.
I like it.
I'm going to introduce your competition in the market, which is a satyr.
And nobody went centaur. I like it.
We could just blend our milks and make exotic cheeses.
No,
David, how was your week?
OnlyFans, folks. OnlyFans for all your quality D&D content.
Suddenly wishing I was lactose intolerant.
I mean, technically, you are an owlin, so you do lactose, and your character is fairly intolerant.
You know who I protest that, sir. I protest these intolerable raps.
Yeah,
the most tolerant of us.
I'm writing it down.
Is that including the cha-cha slide into chaotic neutral?
Absolutely.
Okay. How is David and or Hoots?
You know what? I'm good. It's my in-laws were also here this weekend, so it was fun. I'm very lucky. My in-laws are amazing, so it was great to have them here and hang out with us. Go for dinner. We went for a really nice dinner. Yeah, you know what? It's been a very chill week. The highlight of my week was our Wednesday night hangout where we did our little chat. I had so much fun. So
That's a
Excellent.
good time.
And Mr. Riley,
Hi.
you hanging in there, bud?
Yeah. You'll be hearing me mute myself a lot during the stream because I am a little bit sick.
happens.
Turns out traveling during COVID still is a thing, and yeah.
Indeed. Well, just burn it out with whiskey. Everything will
Oh,
be fine.
exactly. No. Other than that, it's been a busy week. But glad to be back and ready to play games. So
Excellent.
yeah, I don't have anything to report. I'm a boring guy right now.
I did a fair bit of world building last night and the night before,
Ooh,
and I'm ready to murder you all in the most brutal way possible.
bring it.
Well, they called me out Wednesday night. They're like, he hasn't killed us yet, and I watched those things back just to rules lawyer a bunch of things. That is absolutely James at the table, but not in a snarky like asshole kind of way. I get encyclopedic about things because playing
Okay.
by the rules matters, and it should never cause anybody stress or grief.
Not a snarky.
All right, so that being said, I feel like Hoots. When last we left our heroes, from Hoots's point of view, what happened?
well, from Hoots's perspective, the gaggle of miscreants that he has found himself in the company of, and is slowly becoming enamored, though he would never admit it if you asked, had taken up a quest to go and chase Dern's floor mat fish lady or fox lady fantasy. And they went to the bards, which went significantly better than he was anticipating, and perhaps he found somebody of interest. Uh, mystery. More for our good friend Max insistences here. And it was a very exciting time, but he was happy that he managed to convince his friends to not jump Quill first into an adventure they were ill prepped for, resulting in a little bit of a shopping spree. And again, the trip to I don't remember the name of the place that we were at, and it's on
With
the
the
tip of my
bards.
the Dostocks.
Dostocks.
I definitely wrote them down wrong in my notes. Yeah, and which was an exciting adventure. And then he left off with a little bit of bonding time by a campfire with his friends.
Well, yeah, I think that sums it up basically where I was hoping. Because technically Hoots wasn't there for most of the like completely inebriated stoners.
Yeah.
That full disclosure, they absolutely thought that they were hallucinating Quill and Dern.
Oh yeah.
Hey, little dude. Because that's random for their life. It's great.
Quill's used to it.
That's
Yeah.
good because because only the ones that didn't think we were real gave us information that was going to help us move forward in our quest.
I mean, Quill actively talks to a stuffed animal, so most people usually thinks he's a code 5, so
There is that. So yeah, you guys left town. You hit up your princesses and dragons auto. The Arcanium, as it was called, and picked up all the things that an important band of adventurers needs to complete their quests in the most sound way possible. So lanterns, bells, whole 9 yards. And set off on the road. Met some folks walking by. Didn't really have a whole lot to say. Carried on to the road. Set up camp for the night. Used a salmon cannon and chucked a pickle Rick into the water.
What's the point of spells if you aren't going to use the spells?
Exactly.
I agree entirely. So
We get a certain amount a day, and
then you spend them all on good berries. That's what you do. That's how this works.
It's true. It's true.
Speaking of, as you guys made camp for the night, Agnes and Quill, were you wanting to dump any spell slots into good berries?
I will. I wasn't sure if we had like watches to get or like anything else to get through at the end of that, so I hadn't done it, but I'm going to use I'm only going to make 10 because I'm not going to assume that we're going to make it through this evening.
Oh, I see. And Quill? You are muted, sir, if you are speaking.
Before the rest, I will also make 10 good berries.
All right. Understood. So you make your good berries for the night. Agnes, you have gleaned some new information about Lake Arneson that you didn't previously realize. Who's going first on the night's watch? The night is dark and full of terror.
I think it was going to be Dern this time around.
Yeah, he can't see in the dark. Let's let him do it before it gets too dark.
Yeah.
I like it.
I'd like to say, like, I feel like we would actually have a campfire this time. Like, we
An
have no
actual
reason to be
campfire,
hidden. Like, we're going to have
yeah.
an actual fire. Whoever's on watch is going to maintain it. We're going to have light with which Dern and I can see the world.
It'd be nice.
Yeah.
Would be
I like it.
nice.
Okay. So you guys set up under your 20 by 20 tarp. I will say within roll 20, you'll notice a new folder there called equipment that I set up for you guys. And it has some general things that you guys can use, like if you want to drag a lantern onto the map to then have a light source.
Oh my god, that's cool.
Quill, there's an oil-soaked arrow that is representative of how good and effective your current oil-soaked arrows are. So when you go to fire them, you tell me where it lands, and we'll just put it on the map, and you can see just how effective they are.
Oh,
You said
Oh,
I
I-
successfully made 2.
I said that you got enough oil onto 2 arrows.
Sounds successful to me.
That absolutely does. If you light them on fire, they will totally light on fire.
That's all I care about.
Okay.
Oh dear.
Your tarp for general role-playing purposes and things like that, you can pop on there, and then there's a the local map that you guys have seen so far if you want to refer to it. Again, you don't have a physical copy of it, but you've been traveled around enough and like surveyed the land enough to have the general vague details that are on it.
We have 2 people with Wanderer. I think we're going to be just fine.
Should be okay. So done.
Yes.
Can I get a perception check from you, bud?
Oh, I mean, if that's what's required, I guess.
I suppose.
Perception. That's persuasion. You probably don't want that one. Perception. 18 to start. That's a good start for the session.
It's a good start.
You see the orphanage coming right for you.
Oh god.
No. The starting things off as it is a reasonably clear night, and your friends kind of simmer down now into the half dome shell shape of your structure, and you put your head on a swivel and you're looking about, and the insects are going. You can hear the gentle lapping of the wind on the lake, and the wind just catching the grass, the crackle of the fire as it goes. And you're left with your thoughts.
Ooh. Dangerous.
Puzzle box?
Puzzle box, I think, yeah. Dern, kind of walks just a little bit outside of the camp and just starts to fiddle with it a bit.
Here's a remnant of a reasonable stump that you can kind of settle down in.
Perfect.
Do you actually want to try and solve it, or do you want to try and are you just kind of pondering it at this point?
I think Dern will try to solve it.
Okay. Roll me an intelligence check. Well, all right then.
That's a natural 20.
That is.
4 more sessions of content gone in one roll.
At least one session of content gone. Absolutely.
Yes.
So you're so this box is about yay big. It's like cantaloupe sized to everybody else, but in Dern's massive hands, it's basically like a little Rubik's cube.
Yeah.
And you're like fiddling with it, and it goes like it gets a little bigger.
Oh.
And pulls apart. And I had a lantern handy. As it kind of like shifts over, you see the mechanisms in brass kind of line up and just like pull apart a little bit. It
Right.
doesn't pull the box apart. The box just expands out, and it looks like panels fold to make it bigger than what it was before. And as you like,
Dern's immediate
turn
thought is, "Oh God, I'm not gonna be able to hide this."
it went from being like cantaloupe sized to being like basketball sized.
Oh, okay. That's
And
bigger.
it like clicks into place when you do it, and you hear a ting, 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 ting. And falling to the ground, and kind of echoing off of some of the gravel, is a small red gemstone about this big. It
Dern.
looks kind of like a Zelda rupee. So give or take, like in Dern's hands, like about the size of a
Bic.
the size of a bic. I like candles.
Yeah. Dern goes down, picks it up, and examines it.
It's got a sheen to it. And roll me a history check.
History. 14.
14. You've seen something like this before.
Probably
I'm actually
going back to my... Oh, sorry.
Just going to... I didn't expect you to do this today.
Neither did I. I was going to get frustrated with the box and throw it to the side and then pick it up afterwards, you know.
No, more talking for you with a terrible throat friend. More talking.
That's fine. I'm just going to pop another throat lozenge.
The red one in the middle is what you have in your hand.
Ooh.
And with your history check, you recall that this is what's known as a dragon shard.
Okay.
In the plane that you are from, and where this puzzle box originated, dragon shards are essentially batteries. You can put magic in them. You can contain elementals within them. They can be used essentially as a circuit board to create magic items. There are a lot of things that dragon shards can be used for, up to and including like one-time throwaway spell storing items. So like you could store a spell in it and then use it up, and it would crumble into dust. It's like when a wizard finds a scroll, you can either do the correct thing and put it in your spell book, or you can burn it.
Got it.
As a one-time use thing. But if you don't have spell books and stuff, that's all scrolls are good for anyway. So so you have one of these things, and it kind of glistens. It radiates a faint magic in and of itself. You recognize this as an Eberron shard.
Oh.
There are 3 classes: Eberron, Kyber, and Sybaris. And the Eberron is the weakest of the 3.
Okay.
You couldn't have found the lightsaber crystal, could you?
No. No.
Or that's not Kyber. Sorry, I'm thinking, what's Kyber from?
That's absolutely a kyber crystal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
You are not wrong, friend.
Okay. Dern is incredibly surprised. He was not expecting to ever solve this puzzle box anytime soon. And he still doesn't know the origins of it. He just knows that when he landed, it was with him, and must be his because it came with him. And is there anything on the puzzle box now that he might be able to read or anything like that?
The strange scrawlings on it. What languages does Dern know again?
Dern should know. I believe. Oh, it might have been deleted.
Bottom left corner of your character
it's
sheet.
not there.
I didn't redo you from. I only redid the level 2 stuff for you.
Okay.
You know common and draconic by the looks of it.
Yeah.
You don't really recognize it. It has a faint giant
Giant
script to it. Yeah. You've seen a couple of words because you've got let's be honest here. Dern has a fetish, and that fetish is big. And it would stand to reason that if Dern ever got a tattoo, it would totally be something in giant, akin to like getting kanji put on a bicep.
Chicken noodle soup.
Chicken noodle soup, but in giant. Yeah.
In giant, yeah.
Oh my
Poor
gosh.
Dern. He's just going to be a weeb.
And to answer your question, yes, this will come up later, I'm assuming, but yes, I do know giant.
Okay. Well, we'll see what happens with that. But Dern, very surprised by this, finds a safe place for the dragon shard.
Yep.
And just kind of hides it.
Okay. Gotcha.
He doesn't know what to do with it, and he looks inside and if there's anything else in the box.
No, it looked like it was in one of the folds, and as it popped out, the shard came out.
And now here's the next question. Does the box look like it can still be solved more?
It does seem to have like it has some movement, so like you can twist it and push and like move and pull, similar to how it did before.
Okay.
There's still a bunch of like latches and knobs and like little twisty dials that look like they're combination locks.
Okay.
And when you've been fiddling with it previously, you get one knob to a certain point and it doesn't click, but you found that another thing suddenly was able to spin when you had it at that point. So it seems like there's a lot to it.
Okay. So I presume that probably took him a lot of his time.
Yeah. This is likely you just like your way through solving a Rubik's Cube without thinking about it, because it happens sometimes.
Yeah.
Randomness is a thing. But yeah.
Perfect. At that point then, Dern is going to stuff the puzzle box into his bag as far down as it will go. Because he's feeling weirded out by it now.
Okay. So you've just got an empty harness hanging from your belt at this point?
Yeah, empty harness. And he has that box at the bottom of his bag now. And he's just contemplating it and then realizing like, oh shit, I have to wake up Hoots. And goes up to Hoots. Hoots!
I've camped with people like you.
Wake up?
I'm gonna say no, but if you want to wake up from this, you can.
Quill probably would not.
No. With a fresh white line about 8 inches beyond the where Hoots' butt goes, now existing.
Dern,
It's your watch now.
you could have done that quieter.
Oh, I'll make sure I keep notes on that. I apologize.
Do you want me to write it down for you?
Please.
Okay.
Thank
Do
you.
you know how to read?
Yes, I do.
Okay, excellent.
bit.
I good enough. I'll use small words.
There was a book that was really interesting. It was called The Quick Brown Fox.
Okay, buddy.
Jumps
Okay.
over the lazy hog.
Dern instantly just collapses on his spot.
Hoots.
You're gonna want a perception check, right?
I am indeed.
Excellent. That's a
That'd be a
16.
16. Once again, the weather kind of picks up a little bit, and there's a sprinkle of rain kind of coming in. Does Hoots always do his watch sitting at the camp, or do you occasionally like circle
got-
up a little bit?
You gotta get up and walk around. If you just sit at the fire, you're doing no one any good.
Gotcha.
Have you ever seen an owl walk?
It makes the idea of Hoots in his combat crocs so much better.
I just like the idea of Hoots flying with those little crocs going, or the fact that they're so foamy, you can just like kind of talon in on them, and they're fine. They'll go back to their regular shape.
If not, you just apply a little bit of heat, and there you go. Problem solved.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. As you kind of circle your way up, the rain's pelting just a little bit, and off in the distance, you see a faint glow in the direction of where the womb is, because it's, you guys got a little ways up the road, but you're not too terribly far off. But again, the road is quiet. You hear the general fauna coming from the woods to the north of where you guys are, because again, Fern Gully never happened here. Industrialization never hit this land, so there's a good amount of just life living itself, and as you circle down, and I imagine like make yourself a smoky or something.
Yeah.
Because let's be fair. To be fair.
To be fair.
Also, Shorzy. Shorzy is amazing so far.
Oh, is it? Oh,
Yeah.
I want to watch that so badly.
For people that aren't from Canada, look up Letterkenny and Shorzy. It's worth your time.
Is it your first watch through?
Mine?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
No.
I was like,
I mean the new Shorzy series.
I didn't know there was a new series.
Oh,
man. It's awesome.
Okay, good to know.
And it's Jared
Anyways.
Kiso as Shorzy for all of it. So, you simmer down now, and Dern's like, and you hear some
Instantly.
horse whinnies, and it's his stomach. And you have some tinkering that you still have available to you. Is there something that Hoots has been working on yet?
Hoots hasn't figured out what he's going to use. He understands there's a limited amount that he gets to use. And like every good survivalist, he wants to make sure he's got them kind of reserved. He doesn't know what he needs. Most things that one needs to find, he's already found. He's been tempted once or twice around his friends to turn a cloth basically into a magic chamois, but has so far resisted. He hasn't found the right thing yet, the right need. He still has his lighter.
Yeah. Well, and that's just good and practical.
Yeah.
How much Earth technology came through with Hoots? Like, what was in Hoots's sling bag? Did he have like
Flashlight,
flashlight?
flare gun,
cell
some-
phone battery bank kind of deal?
yeah, like
Like-
stuff you would probably with like some field rations that he
Yeah.
was holding on to in case his plane went down.
Whole bunch of Grinner bars. Gotcha.
Yeah, Garmin Locate Me GPS.
Yeah. I like it. Cool. Yeah, the night is yours. Your watch is overly uneventful. Is there anything that you'd like to use your 2 hours for?
Hoots wants to experiment with his Tinker's kit, which I'm pretty sure is what he's proficient in. Yeah,
Okay.
his Tinker's tools. And he's just looking to make like a Basically, to make a
The
frame
flaming
for.
arrow?
Actually, yes. Quill, he is going to for Quill make a proper flaming arrow.
Okay.
That's what he's
Okay.
going to spend his night doing.
All right. How does Hoots go about doing? Oh, you know what? Roll me Tinker's tools first, and then tell me how he goes
Roll.
about doing this.
Thank you, Owl Daddy.
Bottom left-hand corner, you just click Tinker's tools, and we'll say this is probably your intelligence if it's going to query you. Tinker's tools are almost always going to be your intelligence.
That's going to be a 20.
Yeah. Yeah. How do you go about? So 1 pint of oil is good for, what did I say last episode, Mac? 5 arrows.
5 arrows.
So you would absolutely be able to apply it to 5 arrows with this roll. How do you go about doing it?
Well, he's gonna kind of quietly take a collection of Quill's arrows because his crossbow bolts probably won't be much good in this situation.
Mhm.
So he's gonna take them and he's gonna kind of like lay them out next to the fire. So it's like the fire sitting around him glowing, and he sets up kind of like a log that's smooth enough he can work atop of. And he sets kind of, first thing he does is remove the head of the arrow, carefully cleaning off the wood a little bit to make sure that like the space is good. Then he wraps the cloth around it, reattaches the arrow, and uses the twine that would normally hold the arrowhead in to resecure everything so it's one long piece. And then he's gonna set about just kind of carefully putting a little bit of oil down and rolling the arrow gently in it so it begins to kind of like soak through and hold. And then when he's done with that, he's actually going to use some of like the pine needles and stuff around to kind of almost create like a sealing agent on the edges of the arrows. That's what he's gonna spend his night watch doing, keeping kind of like one ear open, listening for sounds,
Like-
looking up every once in a while, spinning his head around sideways, and
Like that awesome lady on TikTok that makes the owl ears that go like.
I want a set of those.
Yeah.
I cannot justify the cost.
understand.
But yeah, basically like that. Like every once in a while, I'll just be like, whoop, and you'll kind of like look.
So you're telling me that the arrows that you spent 2 hours building are better than the ones that I built in 5 minutes while being carried on the back of a dragonborn?
Yes, 100%.
So,
I see how this is.
Outrageous.
so Hoots,
Outrageous.
mechanically, these 5 arrows will also do similar to a torch fire damage upon hitting something.
Okay.
And they will last for 30 minutes as opposed to 3 rounds.
Okay.
Which is what we had the previous ones spec'd out for. And I will update the thingy dooder later.
Okay.
Cool. You finish your work. Are you trying to quietly put these back into Quill's bag without him knowing about it?
No, he's gonna Quill's next on the rotation. He's gonna wake them up and be like, "Listen, buddy, good buddy. I watched you struggle. Have a gift."
You have a gift for me? That's fantastic.
Dern's head might be flammable right now. We don't know.
Did Dern ever clean off the oil that?
Oh, I don't
Quilly
think
Probably
dripped
not.
down
I
his
don't think
back?
Dern knew.
Dern didn't know.
He's
When you-
sleeping with his back to the fire.
Ow, 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 ow. I'm resistant to cold, not heat.
Yeah, so it's just like, well, Quill, I saw you struggling, and I figured I might as well put the skills I learned here to some good use for you. These should last a little bit longer. Not that what you put together wasn't capable, but it's these are designed to last a little bit longer and to burn a little bit longer. They're also probably fair warning going to produce a lot of smoke right off the bat, so people will know they're there, but they should work pretty well.
So you've not only have you made me better arrows, you've also made me smoke bombs. That's fantastic.
Yeah, they would work for that, I suppose.
So like if I needed to, I could light all 5 of them at once and just be done with it. Run away in the woods.
If you strategically placed the arrows in the ground and lit them on fire and created a wall of smoke, it might work. Are you planning on just lighting them all and throwing them at the feet of yourself or your?
No, no plans to do any of that. It was just kind of a thought that I had.
I suppose they might just be working for what you're looking to do, but that's not their intended
No.
application.
I intend to use them to like shoot people.
Has rationalized that not only did he need a grappling hook, now he needs smoke bombs. Because who doesn't?
And Quill is on his way to becoming a ninja.
Yeah, no, it's so I'm gonna hit the hay,
But
and
there's no hay here. Show on the grass with the top.
hay is a type of grass.
Well, yes, but there's no hay here.
It's an
And also,
expression.
I have the question too. If you're going to bed, why are you going to fight something first?
Quill, when you get, remind me to teach you what a turn of phrase is,
Okay, sounds good.
and I'm gonna add that to the list directly beneath. Teach Dern how to read more than picture books. So that's my list of priorities. So please just remind me, okay?
That's fine. I can do that for you.
Okay. Thank you, buddy.
Quick, brown frost over the
He's quite the
Quill.
loud one, isn't he?
Thanks, Cobra.
Right, my watch will start, I suppose. I guess you're going to be looking for a perception.
I am indeed. The rain's coming a little bit faster now.
How's that 22, baby?
That 22's sexy.
It's a lizard wizard.
So with like that meme of like, what do your keen elf eyes see? And he rolls a nat 20. It's like, I can see everything. Quill sees all of the terrors of the night. All of the terrors of the night that everybody else has missed up to this point. Large, creeping, shadowy figures stalking in on the camp. Tentacles slowly moving their way from the lake towards you. Everything. But he doesn't care about all that because what's Quill doing?
Oh, see,
I couldn't tell if you're being serious for a second. I'm like, ah, shit.
no. Quill would see the things in the shadows, but if nothing's attacked at this point, Quill's not too worried.
It's no lizard wizard.
He does remember the lizard wizard and remembered that all he did was kind of flail his arms and it ran away. So, like, he's not too concerned. But what Quill is doing is Quill kind of, you said it's raining?
It is, yep.
Yeah, so Quill kind of takes off his armor for a second and puts it on the side, and he takes Lou and he kind of takes a little piece of wood and he builds a little tent over Lou sitting on a little log so that Lou doesn't get wet, and he props Lou up and he goes, all right, Lou, one day when you've got your show of a dragon and you're a real dragon, you need to know how to be a dragon. So Quill kind of jumps down into all fours and gets in like a dragon pose. And he's like, so when you've got people near you, you do this. And he like swings his tail around and he's just like thrashing about the grass, like making chomping sounds and flinging his tail at things, like clawing at the air. And he's kind of looking back at Lou and he's like, and so when you do these things, you need to make sure you don't hit your friends, because if you hit your friends, they might not be your friends anymore. And we want to make sure we keep as many friends as possible, because we've never had friends like this before. So it's very important that you leave your friends alone. I know you'll listen to me.
Heavy raindrop hits Lou in the side of the head, and the stuffed toy is like,
I say, I know you got it. Make sure you're paying attention, though. You can rest your eyes, but make sure you're paying attention. And I just kind of go back to just like prancing around like a dragon attacking things. So like a little bug flies by and I attack at it. And
I have to believe like between like Agnes has massive passive perception at this point. Like one eye, and it's like cat's being a cat.
I think that is exactly what is happening. But I'm teaching my little stuffed dragon toy how to be a dragon. Sure, it's a stuffed animal, but to Quill, he's real, and that's all that matters. So yeah, I spend some time doing that, and when I kind of get a little tired of that, and I feel, Lou's head just kind of keeps dipping further and further, I'm like, okay, well, I suppose I suppose I should just, do a quick walk around. So I kind of go back and I put my armor on and I kind of head to the edge of the woods and I kind of get out close and I give a little bit of a whisper yell and I'm like, "There's a wizard. Are you here?"
Yes.
I kind of like a little up my spine is like,
As the
I was not
wind blows
expecting-
through and bristles past your fur.
This is not expecting a response. And I go, "Oh, can I ask you a question? I didn't mean to, be so rude last time we talked, but you kind of scared me. So I was wondering, is it okay if we're in your woods?"
From about 20 feet away, pushing its way up out of the grass. It's not the creature that you saw in the swamp. It
Oh.
looks like an emaciated, skinny, white-skinned human, but with really, really, really long arms that, like the forearms are like 3 times longer than they should be. It's got black hair dangling down, and it looks at you and it cocks its head and it cocks its head and it cocks its head. It said, "I didn't mean to scare you." And it starts shuffling back through the grass down into the lake and disappears into the water.
I kind of call it and I go, "Thank you. It's nice to get an apology, and I'm glad you're okay with me being here."
You've got dark vision and really, really good eyes, and you see one like long, like too many knuckled hands like rise up out of the water and just like do this and then sink back down.
Cool. I think not much beyond this because it was friendly. And I just like, "Oh, okay, that was scary, but then it was perfectly fine." So my brain is gonna process this as everything is perfectly fine.
What's the worst that could happen? It's fine.
It gave me the A-OK.
It was friendly.
I I realized by looking in chat that I'm going to need to do some grammatical editing on some of the things from Stream Elements. Wiz is not WIZ.
It's okay.
Things like that.
But yes,
yeah.
I see this happen and I kind of like, well, okay. And I kind of go back and I got Lou in my little thingy here and I just kind of avoid the water because I'm always avoiding that edge of lake after what I saw a few days ago. But now that there's a friendly thing in the water, and make me feel a little more confident that maybe things aren't so terrible. But so I'm gonna kind of head back to the stump near where I had Lou sitting down under his little hut, and I'm just gonna finish out the rest of my watch.
Right.
And I'm going to.
I was gonna say for the audience's sake, there's a movie called Legion, and it's got an ice cream truck man. Think that's kind of what you saw.
I was already
bright yellow
terrified
jumpsuit.
from your original description. Never mind bringing that visual into the mix.
Yeah. Worth a Google.
Quill is fairly young and fairly, I would say he knows what a threat is if it's there. But if something's not a threat, then he's just like, okay. So I go to Agnes and I kind of like do the usual thing. I kind of take my tail and just like poke her. And I go, "Agnes,
Hi,
it's
Quill.
your turn. It's your turn for watch. If you, and like, you do your thing, you get up or whatever."
Yeah, I'm like,
And I'm like, before I go, I should say, if you see like someone kind of like you, but they've got like really, really long hands, come out of the water, that's okay. They're a friend. They just they said it's okay that we're here, and they don't mean us any harm. And I say this, and I kind of pat her on the shoulder, and I go to my part of the tent, and I curl up.
Agnes she hasn't said a word, so and the world goes quiet. Is there still rain?
Yeah, it's faintly trickling down.
Okay. Well, that is a terrifying way to wake up. Agnes is going to stand up and put on her. She's like, okay, things coming out of the water. Better make sure I have my bag on. Okay. Good show, good show. And I'm going to go take a look around. That's going to be an 18.
Your keen human eyes look off into the darkness beyond the glow of your fire, and it's fairly bright, and it carries on. Like, you get a little bit of a reflection from the night sky into the water and like off into the woods, and you hear the occasional like twig snapping, like coming from the distance. And you're looking around, you don't see any humans with limbs that are too long,
I feel like it would be very
or like
similar to my.
Samara coming out of a TV screen at you.
Yeah, no kidding. I feel like the first, half hour, she would be very, very, very tense and just like, it's not good news. And then she would start to relax. And once she was sure that there was no immediate threat, she would um, take off her bag and set it down on the ground and look at her friends sleeping around the fire for a minute and little smile on her face, and then take a few steps out into the edge of the glade that I imagine we've set our camp up in the 15 or so feet before the forest edge starts, and put her hands up in the air and spin slowly and do a little dance in the rain
I like it.
before settling in with the fire, taking a very deep breath and just listening. And when her watch is coming to an end, she would pull out her little kalimba and start playing just a small little tune to wake up all her friends with.
As you're sitting and just like absently dim bum 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 ba da bum bum, um Oompa Loompa theming. This is the first thing that came to mind.
It's on trend. It's on
You
brand.
you see movement off to your right, and you turn, and like it's not fast, and a small brown rabbit steps forward, and it's got a shapely horn coming out
And long human arms.
and long human arms,
Oh no. No.
and it like kind of hops and approaches and regards you. It listens to the music and it puts its ears back. It sits on its hind legs and it just kind of like cocks its head and regards you and listens to the tune.
In a very melodic way, I feel like she'd go, "It's nice to see you, friend."
It nods.
She's nonplussed and goes, "Have you been following us for a while?"
And it like puts its paw to its throat for a second. Cinnamon on toast.
I thought so. It's so nice to see you again. Did you give it a try?
Yeah, it's great.
Right?
The fuck is
Yeah,
going
it's
on?
just my
What?
favorite.
You guys are interesting, I gotta say.
Well, life's boring if you don't keep it a little interesting.
I appreciated being a fish. That was a
Oh.
trip, man.
You're so welcome. You're so
Yeah.
welcome. I wish we could go farther than that, though. It looked amazing down there.
You know, here's the thing. It's only because it's you guys doing it. Some wizard tried to do that. Couldn't make the connection. Druids do it. That's a different story entirely.
Well, I don't want to brag, but I think we're pretty cool. But I think that's thanks to you.
You know, I wouldn't disagree with you. Oh, looks like your buddies are waking up.
I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that.
All right.
Let's see how it goes. And it wisps out.
I thought you had to summon your patron or your familiar.
Fae are weird. And when druids use Find Familiar, they summon a Fae. They don't
I know. I
summon...
totally forgot about that.
Yeah.
Oh my
Right.
god.
And it
Ugh.
wisps out. You did not consume one of your wild
Thank
shapes to bring him out, by the way.
Dang. Okay. I
That's cool.
I feel like as the friends start waking up, Agnes has got like she's got a little pot and she's got all sorts of mushrooms and she's starting to like on the coals of the fire that's been dwindling down in the range. Like, I'm gonna cook these. I'm not a good cook, but Mom always said it'll eat. So let's go.
do you need anything for it? Because I can find anything.
Oh, anything you want, Quill. Anything you want to add to this? I got mushrooms and good berries.
I
If
kind of pause. I'm gonna go. You know, I kind of had a dream about rabbits. Maybe I could go find a rabbit for the stew.
It'll eat.
Just be kind to them, and maybe avoid the ones with horns. They're very very kind and such.
Agnes, you know specifically, and actually Quill to that effect, there's a creature called an Almiraj, and they occasionally frequent the grove that you both live in. They are bunnycorns, essentially.
Bunny corns.
So I like to think that Agnes has become very fond of the Almiraj and regularly goes and sits on the hill that Tim is grown on and just like lays out food around her to try and see how many she can bring around her.
Lots.
Yeah. She
Huh.
likes to see if they'll follow her like a Pied Piper through the hills.
Dern is still asleep, by the way. Just so you guys know.
I'm going to take off my armor real quick, and I'm gonna bound through the trees looking for something to catch.
All right. Roll me a stealth check first.
Oakley dokley. Boom,
So
baby.
23 on that.
That's a 22 because I'm technically wearing heavy armor.
Well, it's
But you just said you took it off.
took it off.
Oh,
so-
right, I did take it off. Sorry. Yeah.
You just said that. So because you are super stealthy, roll me a survival check at advantage. That's a 15, my friend. And you are absolutely able. Are you heading into the trees? Or are you heading down to the water?
Oh, to the trees.
To the trees. In short order, you see Quill coming back with a bunch of spongy looking, they almost look like horse hooves that kind of like flare out. Chicken of the woods, large mushrooms. And would Quill hunt meat?
Yes.
Yes. 2 brown hares like jackrabbits. Specifically non-horny
If
jackrabbits.
they can't talk, they're fair game.
You know what? That's almost a reasonable, like, in a world where anything can be sentient, and all it takes is like $1,500 and a druid spell to make something a person.
And Agnes, who can just speak to animals, is like every animal talks.
But remember, I'm a cat.
Yeah.
It's true.
So like
There's a big circle of life thing that everything just kind of accepts. Like, even as humans,
Yeah.
you guys are like, something will probably eat me someday.
I like to
It's
think that
probably
like
my fault.
when Hoots comes to settle at the fire, since Agnes knows that Hoots is also from Earth, be like, not looking up, just like, Quill saw Samara walk out of the river earlier last night. It's a great way to wake up. Apparently, she didn't want to kill us, though.
You mean like the TV lady from that horror movie?
Yeah, it was my favorite movie growing up. Wasn't it yours?
This explains a lot about you, my good friend Agnes. No, It was most certainly not. But we had the ring creature or whatever, the TV creature, come out of the woods.
I'm walking to the woods and I hear this happening. I kind of pop up and I'm like, oh, it wasn't like a ring. It was like it was kind of like a human, like Agnes, but its arms were massive, like huge, really long. And I asked it if it was okay if we were here, and it just like went into the water and gave me a little thumbs up. So yeah, nothing to worry about. Perfectly safe.
Yeah.
Its head, like looking at you from its frame, like totally did a full hoots. So its
Which-
face was still here, but it went
It's,
all the way
it's
upside
kind
down.
of like, actually, if you think about it, it's kind of like a long-armed Agnes and like a you, because its head can do the full spinny thing.
I will never not do this to Mac on like watch.
So
Never.
next time, Aggie, what I've learned is next time
everybody.
I set up a booby trap, we tie some string around my shotgun, and anything comes out of the woods, we just
It does
Hoots,
occur to
you
me.
don't- Hoots, you don't understand. Oh,
Hoots, you didn't cast alarm last night.
I did not.
You didn't think about it, did you?
I did not. I forgot I picked up the materials for it. So
That's
You were
fair.
close to town. It's fine.
Yeah.
Hoots, you don't need to fear her. Monsters are greatly misunderstood.
you're not one of those monster lovers, are you?
I believe that everyone in the world deserves a little bit of kindness and a little bit of understanding. And if you shoot me in the face, I'll probably shoot you back, but that's just nature.
She's not wrong.
Yeah.
Not to quickly interrupt.
Okay.
Can you post the link to our World Forge or whatever it's called?
Oh,
World
yeah,
Anvil.
absolutely.
Yeah.
World Anvil,
absolutely.
just for Cobra's question here, because technically this is a 0-level technology. There is no like tech, but there's a reason
Yeah.
why certain people can reference tech,
Yeah.
Absolutely.
and well, that'll clear that up for you.
Let me grab that here for you, sir.
This is episode 5.
And or
If you want
madam,
to catch all of our
and or
previous
other.
episodes, please go to our YouTube channel, which is in the description below.
Yep.
Tug.
As a quick aside, the technology level is that of 5e D&D with artificers and all the rest. However, there are people here from Earth. Think isekai transported to another world, and sometimes they bring things with them, like shotguns, cell phones, that sort of thing. So, yeah, World Anvil is in the doobly-doo. So,
I've met a lot of people who are far worse monsters than someone that leaves us alone in the middle of the night by a campfire.
That's what I was saying. If he wanted trouble, he could have done it when I was alone.
It's true.
I wasn't even wearing my armor.
Well, that's poor planning.
No, I was teaching Lou how to be a dragon.
Oh, but Lou's already such a good dragon.
It's different. Like I mean, if one day he's like a real dragon,
like a bad dragon, Quill.
Quill has no idea what you're talking about. You shut your mouth.
Lou is the best dragon I've ever met. No
It's-
offense, Dern.
Turn's still sleeping. And I was like, so well, I couldn't do it in my armor. Dragons don't wear armor, so I should take it off.
I mean, Dern wears armor, but I mean...
I'm a dragonborn, not a dragon. How dare you disparage proper full dragons?
Teach Dern to read. Teach Quill about turn of phrase. Never get on Agnes's bad side. Good enough.
I make you dead.
I want to, so I'll leave my cooking. I'd like to go over to Dern, who's still sleeping, and I want to get down real low, right beside his ear, and go, "Wake up, sleepyhead."
Okay, let's take a look here. This would
Who's just gonna yell at him?
be a perception check to
Yeah.
see if I can even hear you. 14.
Yeah.
Okay, I do. I rouse myself up slowly.
You're like one of those teenagers that they're like, if I pretend I'm still sleeping soundly, they won't ask me to do chores.
kind of.
Yeah, that's something we stopped doing
Listen.
when we're not teenagers.
Do not call me
Yes.
out like this.
You know,
That's Hoots like yesterday.
yeah. I will say, like, after Thanksgiving dinner, when you just go and pass out on the couch and everybody starts doing the dishes and you're like, yes.
Hey, if you cooked, everyone else cleans.
That's my philosophy on it. And I usually cook, so it works.
Yeah, Dern gets up and is groggy and is feeling more oily than normal for some reason.
Yeah.
Doesn't know why.
As you step out, you feel your natural oils mixing with some unnatural oils all over your body as the rain pelts down against your scales.
Yeah.
As the lantern oil that has caked on you starts to slowly like.
Yeah.
What? Just blend with the rest of the oil?
Does that mean he's now like, does fire damage do extra damage now? Like, the word is gone.
I love how, like, you know what, canonically now, because Dragonborn have scales, they wouldn't sweat the same as like a human would.
No.
So exuding oils and like panting like a dog, I think are absolutely like the like.
So basically, if we ever get in a scenario where we're surrounded by flames, I may be the accidental cause of your death.
Yes,
he'll be
apparently.
fine.
Because you're coated in oil on your back that was not of your own.
Exactly.
I like it.
Cool.
But now I have to think of an
don't,
alchemical use for Dragonborn oil.
Dragon.
Anyways, moving on. Hello, 16 viewers.
Apparently. So, yeah, you pack everything up. It is rainy, kind of pelting down against your traveling cloaks. It is lightly obscured just because the mists coming off the lake and down off of the mountains just kind of carries its way through. So, kind of like high beams in a fog. You can see, but some of the light reflected back off of your campfire is reflecting off the mists a little bit. And as you do your leave no trace and don't be giant dickholes about where you camped close to the road.
Yes.
And James is passionate about these things. Is sally forth.
Perfect.
Working your way down the road.
Dern
steps off the road to poop.
Yep, as he's currently doing.
I
know the direction we're going this time because it's the same direction we're going previously. So as per usual, I hop up on the back of Dern's shoulders, and I just like throw my hand out in the direction, and I go, "That's the way." And I go, "Let's go."
Ah, yes, friend Quill. We will follow the road that we were previously following. That is excellent deductions, my small dragon friend. And
That's a very good Dern.
Doing my best.
He's got to pull your best plankton out.
Get me the Krabby Patty formula.
Okay, first off, that was like JFK from.
I know. I was going to say that's
Clone High.
Clone High.
Yeah,
It's a chowder.
There's one thing I love more than anything else. Anyway,
I love it.
If you haven't watched that show, you should.
Oh my gosh, Clone High is so good.
Just don't drink blue can pancake mix.
Dry humping.
Hi, Dern.
Hi, sorry about that. I just
I'm on your shoulders, and I'm pointing the direction that we're supposed to be going because this time I actually know.
Fantastic. And we're gonna head that direction.
Yeah, you're working your way down the road. Lake to the right, forests to the left, as you would normally follow. You were instructed to check out the river and follow it north, but you didn't. Some folks had said don't run through the woods to bypass the river because there's a bunch of stuff there that generally names and kills people. Are you taking that advice, or are you saying, what did they know? And doing your own thing.
I kind of pipe up and I go, well, there was the thing that came from the woods, and it was really nice. It was terrifying looking, but it was really nice. So
technically, it was in the grassy fields, like close to your camp, and then just like scuttled back down.
Pretend
to the water.
I didn't say any of that.
Dern doesn't care about the woods personally, but he looks to his friends and goes, They say to go the river, but I think we're strong enough to go through the woods. What do you say?
I don't know that going through the woods is always. See, here's the thing, Dern. Here's the thing. I love me a good forest romp. But if we don't follow the path at the. I like being here. I don't want to get sent somewhere else. The last time I went wandering through a forest I wasn't familiar with, I ended up on a rock. And I like the rock I landed on. The womb is lovely. I don't want to go to a new rock yet. So I want to follow the river just for a little while.
Dern nods. And then he looks to, well, he can't look at Quill, because Quill is currently riding on his shoulders. So he looks to Hoots.
What does he say to Hoots?
River it is.
He just looks at Hoots. He's like, understood.
All right.
So yeah, we're gonna head along, avoiding the forest and going to the river.
All right. I'm just gonna move that a little. I'm gonna throw you guys to the map view for a sec, just for the audience here. So you were roughly camping, I'd say probably about here or so.
Yes.
And you work your way down. Are you going to follow the path all the way to the bridge? Or are you going to cut across the fields in this direction?
Cutting across the field
We
should
can-
be fine.
We can cut across the fields. We're not going through the forest. It's the only thing we were warned about was the forests.
Is this the grassland type of grass that thing came
Yeah.
out of?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna wait till we're about 15 minutes into one of the fields and be like, "Oh, this is kind of like the grass that the crazy thing came out of."
I love it. Are you guys trying to move stealthily through this grass? Are you trying to be loud and proud?
It's a clear day. I just think a normal tromp should be fine.
Cool.
Yeah.
Off the path, think what is it? The genus name escapes me, but tall, yellow, not quite. It's not really hay, but it's about waist high on Dern that you guys are tromping through. So, like neck high on Agnes and Hoots.
I'm assuming Hoots is flying through this.
You could assume what you like. I don't assume. He hasn't wanted to fly yet.
Hoots has been very content to do his little owl waddle along with everyone.
Okay.
That's all.
David, you gotta bump your mic just a smidge, a little closer to it.
Better?
A little better. Yep.
Better.
There we go.
Well, this is very cornfields
yeah.
situation. Fun.
I wasn't gonna say children of the corn, but yeah. So it's rainy, it's a little misty, and you're walking through really wet grass.
I am on the shoulders of Dern still.
You are. So it's okay. So the rain's hitting you instead of hitting Dern's head.
Do I? Because now I'm technically higher up than Dern is. Do I see any other movement in the grass anywhere?
Roll a perception check.
I will. And it's going to be
That's
awesome.
an 18. You absolutely do.
Ooh.
Occasionally, where the grassland sort of meets the trees, so just like over here, you see small creatures like flittering from tree to tree to tree, but they're not flying so much as jumping.
Okay.
They're about the size of a turkey. They're covered in feathers, and they're running on two legs with a really long tail. Looks like a lizard.
Little prehistoric raptors.
Yep, that's a velociraptor.
Would I recognize what these are?
Quill hasn't necessarily been out this way, but I feel like you would have been shown like sketches or something from Jules at some point.
Yeah.
They are tiny sized creatures.
Would I know the name?
velociraptors.
Oh, literal velociraptor.
Literal velociraptors.
And they're jumping between the tree branches?
Uh-huh.
Interesting. I kind of like look down at Dern. I'm like, there's some like kind of like tiny U's in the trees.
Dern's like, should we go say hi?
And because your perception check was pretty high, not only do you see these tiny little turkey-sized things leaping from branch to branch, you also see a significantly larger sized tail just like whooshing through the through the grasslands. Not close to you, but you're watching for it now, and you see this Deinonychus, I believe it is Deinonychus, which is basically the medium-sized older cousin of the Velociraptor.
Uh-huh.
And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, and they seem to be like kind of heading in an opposite direction from where you guys are.
They're heading the opposite way.
Yeah, they're not approaching you. They live here.
Okay. Does it look like they're running away from something?
It looks like about a half dozen of them are moving in parallel with each other in a direction.
But I don't pick up on any panic.
Not really. Not from the distance.
I kind of like call down to everybody and go, yeah, you guys should try sitting on Dern sometime. There's amazing views. I just saw velociraptors in the woods. Which means a very different thing to Hoots and Agnes.
I would say so, yeah.
Did you just say velociraptors?
Yeah, they're kind of like turkey-sized Derns.
I feel like Agnes would get up on her tippy toes to like see higher above the grass to be like, what are we looking at?
You know what? Roll me a perception check. Let's see what you pull.
8.
No idea. You don't see turkey-sized velociraptors anywhere because technically that was about the size they were.
Hoots is gonna get out of the grass a little bit and also try and see what the heck. Because like at this point, Hoots is very convinced that like it's a mistake that they're not actual velociraptors.
Okay, so you're gonna fly up?
Yeah, a little, not like super high, like just enough that I can get like Quill height.
Okay, yeah, you like.
Yeah.
Roll me a perception check. That's. Sorry, good buddy. A 6
We're
isn't gonna
freaked
help you.
out.
There are absolutely like Jurassic Park style raptors coming right for you. In Hoots'
They're not
mind.
coming towards us.
No, in Hoots' mind.
Oh.
Yeah.
And I'm going to pipe up as like Hoots kind of flies up looking panicked. Like, they're not coming towards us. They're running away from us.
I love that girl.
What's the problem?
Quill is the source of all chaos. Quill sees all of the things in the night. Quill tells us all of the missions we have to follow.
Oh.
I like it. I'm here for this. This is quickly becoming my favoriteest thing.
I figured Quill would be a bit of an agent of chaos, but he's also very well-hearted and innocent.
Yeah.
It's great.
Yes, he makes it very clear that they were not running towards, they were running away.
That's
Quill
why
is
we
the
trust
perfect
him.
tool for the job that I have at hand to do.
Okay, I'm gonna say that Dern does look for these things as well. He is a little bit taller, so he is standing like decently in the grass. He gets a 5.
With a 5. So Dern, I will give you this. Where you came from, terms Deinonychus and Velociraptor were completely normal things.
Oh yeah.
Because in the Talenta Plains of Eberron, there's Deinonychus were used by halflings and goblins as mounts. Like they were the steeds of the plain. And velociraptors are chicken from where you're from. They're basically like turkeys.
Ooh, Dern's mouth waters a little bit. He can't see them properly, but he's like,
Yeah.
yeah, it might be a couple of them.
An
Maybe.
entire generation of people who came from Earth and landed in Naylor that heard that there were velociraptors in the field, like the grasslands, that were like, what the fuck? And then found out what, maybe they could have read a few more history books.
Yeah, because Dern and I both just know that they're tiny.
Yeah. No, and Dern goes, oh, I can't see them, but I know they go really well with certain spices. I wonder if they have the same spices here. And Dern just continues walking in the direction they're going, just talking about food recipes and just kind of things about how to cook them and defeather them and things like that. Because I presume these are feathered raptors.
Yeah. I'm gonna pipe in and be like, it's kind of nice because like that you can carry like 4 of them on a stick and you get lots of good food.
Oh yeah, no, we're just walking forward while these guys are just standing there, just like what?
You know, Agnes, in all of the things that we have seen so far, in all of the mysteries and wonder that we've been brought upon, the fact that these people eat velociraptors is probably the thing that has convinced me the most that I am not, in fact, lying in a puddle of my own blood back on Earth.
I say monsters are fine. Do dinosaurs count as monsters?
I think
Depends on which part of the internet you ask.
Well, since I can't reference the internet, I'm going to say I'm more concerned about the dinosaurs than I am about her.
Yeah,
them.
Yeah, copy that. That's a firm.
They go really well with root vegetables.
Oh, have you found that new kind of rutabaga that Auntie had for dinner the other night? It was really, really good. And Agnes is off.
Hoots is the only one hyper concerned about everything. He's looking for like above human sized velociraptors, like stalking in the woods or running away from something.
There is a part of his brain that has the line "clever girl" just like primed and ready to go.
I can't help but feel like Hoots has this unshakable feeling of like, despite flying through the air as an owlin, turning the head to the left and seeing a velociraptor waiting for him mid-air. And it's got like some kerjiggered like hot air balloon and like harness system.
It's
Clever
just like
girl.
6 helium balloons holding it up, and it's like peering through grass that it itself is holding.
My next character is going to be a velociraptor wrangling artificer who has hooked them up to flying devices.
So what you're saying is I need to kill you.
I no, please don't.
Well,
no, I need Quill for all of this exposition.
Well, I was about to say he has another character before that, and I don't think we need bovine cheese.
Oh yeah, that's right. So, as you guys work your way through the grasslands, you still have full view of the lake. Takes you a little bit of time, part of the morning. I need constitution checks from everybody, or constitution saving throws, please.
20.
Yeah,
30,
you're fine.
22.
You're fine. And the DC for Quill is incredibly low on this because you're not walking through cold, soaked, nipple-high grass.
Oh yeah. You're just riding on my back.
Consequently,
oh God, am I the Yoshi?
Yeah. Dern's check is a little bit higher because you're carrying way more than everybody else.
Yeah.
But you're fine.
You're totally the Yoshi.
You kind of shake it off a little bit and you make it to Fox Creek.
When we get to Fox Creek, I do look at Quill and I go, okay, I think I need to just be me for a little while.
Okay. I just kind of like leap off.
So you guys manage to circumvent and make it about here, give or take, where the ping's happening.
Okay.
So you saved yourself a little bit of time.
Is there anyone fishing?
Not at present, but your passives are all pretty good. You notice a couple of things. There are brown and silver trout that are visible in the small eddies and pools right here.
Okay.
You guys are well. Actually, I'll say you're probably a little closer to where these springs kind of come off, or where the streams split, because that makes more ecological sense. But yeah, there's absolutely brown and silver trout visible in the water. There
I
are
pull
all of
grab?
these tiny sized, like, some vary from this to, like, cat sized insects that resemble white praying mantises that are just like sitting and like bobbing their heads and like sitting on the shore, and like you see claws like whip out and grab insects and bugs that are
How big are these things?
some of them are about GI Joe sized, some of them are a little bigger than that.
Okay.
um
Not gonna bother them. They're
yeah,
just
they're just like scuttling around, and like one of them's got like a fish that is entirely too big for it, and it's doing its best. But it looks like it was eaten a couple of days ago and left by a bird or something, and it's just like rah, going at it. As you approach, they just kind of like and scuttle around.
I almost want to catch one, but I refrained myself from catching it.
The rocks near Fox Creek that dot either side of it are wet and slippery. You feel like right here is fine because you can just kind of like walk back from the bank a little bit and continue walking on the grassland. As it starts to kind of narrow down, it might be a little challenging to traverse, and I'll probably get you some checks rolled for it.
How far across is the creek? Like, are we talking like a 20 meter? Are we talking like 50 meter? Like, what are we talking here?
Yeah, probably 40 or 50 feet.
Okay.
In D&D terms. So, yeah.
And the fish, there's lots of fish. We don't see like a line where the fish stop.
Necessarily. Oh, I should apologize. 15 meters for people that use, the metric system, and 40, 50 feet for our American comrades. That's the thing.
Agnes is gonna look at the fish. Like, there's lots of fish. They said that nobody was catching any fish at the bridge, didn't they?
I'd bet
Well-
you could just stick your hands in and grab one.
Okay.
Nope.
Roll an attack roll.
I would like to grab a fish. Can I grapple a fish?
You know what? Yeah, why don't you roll me? You're just trying to grab it.
I just want to grab a fish.
It's technically a grapple, I guess.
I
Roll me an
asked if I could
athletics
do that, you
check.
said no.
Do not give
Um?
Agnes ideas.
Would it be a survival?
Yeah, you know what? I'd give you survival. Hillbilly hand fishing. Go for it.
12.
I'm gonna roll me an opposed
Fish
that is a natural 20 on the opposed fish check that I just rolled from a
It
stream deck.
just slapped your hand.
It like you grab it and it comes up and it looks at you and heads back into the water.
Do I see this happen?
I think so, yeah.
Can I pounce on that fish as it gets back in the water?
You can certainly try. Roll me a survival check. This time it is a little more wary, so the DC is higher.
22, baby.
Using the cat's claws that Tabaxi absolutely have, you like pounce in, and this fish is caught on either side.
Quill, we make a great team.
Heck yes.
I would say that with the ferocity that Quill lands on it, the fish is dispatched.
I was gonna say because my claws do slashing damage instead of bludgeoning. So
Yeah. And it's a D4 plus your strength. So
well, my
that's
strength's a -1, but still,
still,
it's a
yeah,
fish.
it's a fish.
It's a
Once we caught
fish.
the
And
fish.
and it's a trout that's like this long. Like you're fine.
For Quill, that's a good meal.
That's a good meal
fish.
for a lot of people.
I saw you catch a fish. I've added it to my notebook.
Perfect. Who's gonna? So who's gonna carry the fish?
I'll carry the fish.
Okay, and I just hand it over back to Agnes.
I want to very impractically, like. Well, I like to think Agnes has got all kinds of sacks, so she's gonna get like a wide woven sack that she's been like knotting together, and just gonna put it in that.
So you've
sack.
got like your fish sack, your berry sack, your nut sack, your.
I can't help but feel that Agnes would probably have like old newspapers and stuff just like left over in case you needed to collect things.
Yep, it's like she just picks up everything. So she's also got some like were some trees back a ways that were really really big, and so she took a couple leaves. She's got those rolled up beside her charts.
Going to Montana, yeah. I like it.
But yeah, I guess we're just gonna go down until
Quigley, we are nothing but high tier humor here.
Yeah.
Specifically myself.
We have never once made an inappropriate joke here. Ever.
No. Dern's a
Highbrow
good dragon,
overload.
okay? Dern's a good dragon.
Is he though? Or
Yes.
is he a bad dragon? And all of a sudden a bunch of people's heads
Actually-
turns what? Oh.
It turns out, and I couldn't believe this, but it turns out you can actually already buy Dern merch online.
Oh no.
Hashtag not a sponsor.
Not yet. I got some emails to send.
I would take it. They're some of the most lovely people.
Yeah.
So we caught a fish.
You caught a fish. You absolutely
There's
caught a
lots
fish.
of fish. They must not be very good fishermen here. There's lots of fish. Maybe we could start a school, Quill.
Oh yeah, that's right. The guy told me that no one catches fish, and you guys got told that everyone catches fish. So it was very confusing. And it's very clear that people can catch fish. But I'm not a person. So I kind of pipe up to you and I'm like, well, they said that people couldn't catch fish. And I go,
You're a person.
but remember, this is a thing for him. He doesn't think he's a person.
Yeah.
And I'm like, but actually, there was an orc and there was the horny lady, and then technically not people either. So I don't know what's going on anymore.
But what does it mean that I didn't catch it, but you did?
Well, they said people can't catch fish here.
Oh,
Your people.
thank you.
What do you mean, your people?
What do you mean? You mean Yorb?
You know what I mean.
I do.
don't
I
need your offense on my
absolutely do.
behalf.
It's hilarious.
Trying to get
So-
in trouble on Twitter. All right, enough of the debauchery for a moment.
See, you say that, but I don't think that
I
you
said
guys
for
are
the
done
moment.
yet. So you catch a fish. You have confirmed that there are indeed fish in the water.
And yeah,
Hands in your hands now.
let's get moving down the river. Let's just start doing that.
Were we supposed to go to the bridge, or are we supposed to go up the river?
We're going to Mortal Lake.
Hoots is gonna fly. He's just gonna like hover kind of above the ground. So he doesn't have to kind of like pick his way in his Crocs across the rocks.
Quill,
Are you
At
sure
least
about
he's
that?
not wearing socks.
Yeah.
Quill is going to get down on all fours and kind of open his hood more so that it looks like Lou is on his back riding him.
I love it.
Dern's
Okay.
just gonna walk.
Hoots, can I get you to roll me a perception check, please?
You most definitely can. That's not good.
That is not good. Not good at all.
That is a
Um,
natural one.
One of the
What are you doing?
one of the things that I can give you, and it is only one, is that as you fly up, And I'll give you a little bit of the obvious stuff. Down near the bridge, which is a sizable distance away from you guys, you absolutely see people like dotting the bridge, fishing, because that's what it's there for. Also for crossing the river. And down, it's really really far off, but you see, just over in this direction over here, over the treetops, and where there's long flowing golden fields, there are these massive shapes. One would even use D&D terminology to say huge sized shapes. As you see these, I'm just going to move this for the audience a little and make it a little bigger because it doesn't track very well. There we go.
Whoa.
These massive, it's like the size of an elephant, but they seem hairy, and there's dozens of them just like slowly meandering the plains.
Cool.
Yeah. They are far off in the distance, and you can see them only for the grace of their size.
And I love the fact that this was a 1. So what the hell did we miss?
There is that. And that's down in this direction over here. So, but other than that, you're like, no, it's fine. There's no velociraptors.
Totally safe.
We're good.
All right.
Hey,
All right.
Quill, you've been here longer than me. There's some things way over yonder that are large, very large. One might say huge. They're covered in fur. They're white. And they look like they might be some kind of sloth elephant hybrid.
Would I know these to be related to giants?
No, they are not related to giants.
They're not related, sorry, but like used by giants or something?
No.
Okay. Would I happen to know what these things are?
Roll me an intelligence check. Let's see if Quill's come across this in his studies.
Intelligence. No.
Lots of things are bigger than you.
That's a 2.
Yep. I go, no, not particularly, but most things are kind of bigger than me, I found. But if it's not attacking you, it's probably just part of the wild. I mean, that doesn't mean it's not going to attack you, but at the moment, if it's not attacking you, it's not the end of the world, I suppose.
It is big enough for you to have seen it miles off.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
like
these are like,
Yeah.
the picture you showed did not do them justice.
Yeah.
So they're massive, massive.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The one in the picture is a baby.
Right. Okay. And so I can see this off in the distance then.
You can't. Hoots can, because he has up in the sky over the
Right.
treetops vision. Yep.
No, okay. And I'm going to say to him, like, well, how big are these ones?
well, if you like taped 4 horses together,
Yes.
and kind of stacked more horses on top, so you had 4 horses squared wide and probably 2 horses tall.
Oh, okay. This, yeah. Yeah. I love to tell you I knew what these things were, but if I'm being honest with you, I've got no idea. But-
Dern is just picturing horses using horses to walk right now.
Mod,
the first thing I say is, I bet you we could probably ride one of them, though.
Mod, it's a good joke, but the picture that you threw in our Discord for everybody, I need to turn it off because I need to be able to talk on a microphone now.
Wait, sorry, what did he? Oh,
That's for people to find out if they join the Discord.
This is Hoots
Also,
when he's
throw it in the tavern.
I put it in the tavern.
Okay.
I'm just gonna be thinking about that now. I also have to hide that. No, yeah. So, but that's neat. Those are cool. And Dern, I fully believe, good buddy, we could ride one. I think you get 2 or 3 puppers in us, and we could 100% ride one.
Yeah. Quick question. What color is Dern again?
He's a silver.
Right. Okay.
Silver dragon.
Anywho,
Anywho, I guess we just keep moving forward. That's not
All
helping.
right. Okay.
So
So
I want to, as we're walking along beside the river, I want to keep an eye out for moss, and I'd like to be filling a little jar with moss. I'd like to create a moss cake in a jar that's just like moss on top of moss on top of moss on top of moss, and I'm looking for different colors of moss and textures of moss.
roll me a survival check.
21.
Your mossy terrarium is fucking complete.
Oh, it's so beautiful.
And you find like just the right sized stone, and it's like this kind of looks like a house. And like
I put it on top, and then it's got a little cork stopper that goes in the top with a little hoop, and it gets tied onto part of her lapel.
I like it. Yeah, working your way up the river. Like I said, it's fairly easy going as you kind of step back from the bank. And you get to the point where the river kind of branches off. And one kind of heads off to the east. It seems to originate from the mountains. And the other seems to go northwest the way that you guys were headed.
Okay, we go the northwest way. It's pretty easy as far as Dern is concerned. He's just northwest. Follow the river. That
Indeed.
way.
The rain is coming down and pelting a little bit more. And again, kind of the rocks and the footing here is pretty slippery. Can I get you guys to roll either an athletics or acrobatics check if you're not flying?
If you're not flying.
I am entirely okay with David like kind of bypassing a lot of these things because it makes sense that he would.
9. Oh no.
Yep.
Oh, you're muted.
18.
That would be a 1.
That would be a 1. All right. With that, so Quill falls in the water.
Can I try and use like a reaction to grab him?
You know what? Make a dexterity saving throw and see what you can see.
Nope.
Nope. You're like, no, good buddy. And Quill just like eats it.
It's like one of those things where it's like you just see like a dad just miss the child as the child just falls over into the sand or something
like
like
it.
that. It's like
This is more well, I feel sheepish than like actual like you're gonna drown. You take 3 points of falling damage as you like slip off the rock and like clip yourself and roll down into the river. It's a little bit of a
That's a lot
tumultuous
for.
area. It's a D6.
That's a 10-foot drop, technically.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's stony and
Slippery
watery.
rocks into a river. And then you hit the water and like there's something sharp and jagged that like smashes your spine, and then you're done. And Quill goes cold and floats down the river towards fishermen.
So am I in the water floating then?
Yeah, it's
Or-
more insult than injury, but yeah, 3 points of falling damage, and you're reasonably able to scamper your way up. You are wet and cold because this is fucking cold.
I take off my armor.
Yep.
And because I'm a cat, I give myself a.
So you're this big now.
And thankfully Lou was strapped in, so that was good. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. My armor, because of what it's made of, it will just shake the water off of it.
Yep. Agnes,
I'm not having too bad of a time.
Agnes takes a full 5 points as she loses her footing and biffs it into the water as well. I'm just rolling a d6.
Can Dern grab for her with the other arm?
He already tried for you.
I already tried for you. But no, I just like the idea of Dern going like, oh, Quill, oh, shit, damn it. That's why he missed, because he tried to go for both.
Yeah.
Agnes stands up and just starts laughing. And it's just like, yesterday, I think it's better when I pretend to be a fish that I should probably be a fish. And she gets up on the bank and she takes off her very sodden gumboots that are just full of water and dumps them out and puts them back on.
This is why you wear Crocs, Agnes. The water just flows right out, no problem.
Yeah, the gumboots aren't bad.
I mean this in the kindest way possible, Hoots, but you can fly.
This is fair and valid.
Agnes, your clothing is sodden and it's a little chilly as you guys are walking. Both you and Quill, given the nature of your submersion or your immersion, Constitution saving throws will be a little bit of a higher DC for you in resisting the weather.
Okay.
So you work your way up the river, and it's reasonably uneventful. Off in the distance, across the river, as you guys get further and further away from where everything kind of split off and headed towards the mountains, you see less and less instances of those little velociraptors rolling around. Hoots, I'm going to need a perception check from you just to see if you actually seen one of these yet. All right. With a 19, you absolutely have seen like tiny turkey-sized velociraptors just like calling to each other.
Well, ain't that just the Dickens? They weren't kidding.
Do you want to shoot one?
I've seen Hoots has seen Jurassic Park. Hoots has seen Jurassic Park a little too many times. Like you start to ask questions, but he's thinking about it. He's like, they said they taste like chicken. But I also just want to pet one. Now, Agnes, my good friend, you can talk to animals, right?
Not today.
Now, Quill, you're part cat. Is there any chance you happen to speak Actually, better question, Dern. Do you speak dinosaur?
What is a dinosaur? Because I wouldn't call them dinosaurs necessarily, would I?
No, that is a generally accepted term in Eberron.
Oh, that would be? Okay, yeah.
Yep. For the species of beast that they are.
Here's a question to you. Do you speak owl?
I don't actually know.
Hoots, check your privilege.
You're an owl that can't speak owl.
Rolling Warlock. That's racist.
It just dawned on me. You're an owlin that can't speak owlin.
Yeah.
Hoots just wants to pet a velociraptor. He's like, and part of his like childhood brain is just screaming like, "Pet the dinosaur."
Agnes looks up at Hoots and says, I saw that movie once, and the only thing I can think of is, it's a trap!
That's the wrong movie.
Why is there a chicken? Who's minding the chickens? Hoots?
I don't know where we're at anymore.
I'm pretty sure Agnes just referenced like 3 movies back to back, and Hoots is just trying to figure out what the third one is.
This is so meta. I love it. So, rolling this back, Hoots, you want to shoot a velociraptor in the face with a gun?
Hoots wants to pet a velociraptor.
Okay. How would you like to go about doing that?
I'm gonna try and lure one to me.
Okay. They are on the other side of the river, which is not a problem for you.
Yeah.
There are literally a dozen of them just like skittering about. Two of them are fighting over a fish, and are just like,
Agnes, my
Yeah.
dear,
Yeah.
can I have the fish?
Just be careful. She's starting to tell you, it's like, if it has worms and you eat it, you could get worms. So maybe cook it. I hand it off.
Hold on. What are you doing with my fish?
I gave it to Hoots.
Why are you taking my fish?
You gave
I'm
it to
gonna
me.
Well, yeah, to keep hold it for me safe.
Okay, we'll catch
No.
another one. We're a great team.
No,
But
Quill,
Hoots needs
I
it.
just want to know what you're doing with my fish.
I don't know.
getting
Hoots,
us
what are
a,
we doing with the fish?
getting us some friends, little buddies. And Hoots is gonna like float to the other or like fly to like close to the other side, holding this fish and just going like they're cats. And he's
This is good.
definitely-
Oh.
and he's holding the fish out like at the edge of the river, like, come on, you know you want it. Like,
I think I got the name for the episode.
oh,
Name of this episode is either piss or give me that fish or hand me that fish.
you know what? Hand me that fish. Seems appropriate.
now.
So, so do you land to do this? This is very important.
No, I'm not gonna touch the rocks because I've just watched two of my friends biff it, and I know what a wet
Okay.
owl looks like.
Okay.
So he's like just off the ground, trying to lure these like velociraptors towards him with a
Yes.
fish.
Yeah, so these are aggressive predators, and they all turn, and again, about you saw about a half a dozen to 8 or 10, and there's a whole bunch more that you don't see that are just here, there, and everywhere. And they, with their pack tactics, because that's the thing, they're like, and like two of them start like lazily walking towards you, being like, roll me a
I'm just-
perception check.
Another
Dear.
person.
Yep.
That's a 9.
You don't notice the 6 that are behind you not making happy faces that are waiting to take your fish and you.
I'm still kind of like somewhat close to the edge of the water, right? Are
Yeah.
they in the water then?
Some are just like creeping along the rocks.
Can we at least give him
Oh,
a
you guys
warning?
absolutely see like he's like kind of hovering like, and a few were in the front like fish, and the others are like prey.
Uh,
In the back.
Hoots, you behind you,
I'm gonna say like Hoots is aware
beneath you.
that this isn't like there is some manner of risk in dealing with any wild animal, and like you hold out the fish, and the two coming up are like rah, and like jump at the fish in your hands.
I'm just gonna drop it for them.
Yeah,
I have a
and they like start tearing it apart. And oh no, memento. What's Hoots' AC?
13.
Cool. That's a 16 and a 20 to hit you. As one velociraptor jumps on your back and the other strikes in at your combat crocs because
Yeah.
they got a pretty decent leaping speed. It's a total of 10 points of damage as these things like rip into your body and like start pulling at feathers, and they're grappling you and on you.
Okay.
Yep.
Shouldn't have took my fish.
You guys see these things, and they're like on Hoots, and they took a chunk out of him and then fell and
Okay.
dropped down. And I feel like Hoots instinctively would like, fuck.
Up and back.
Yeah. And they're
Yep,
like, they jump a surprising like height off of the rocks, like trying to nip at the crocs. I want to say that there's like a tiny little like V-shaped bite mark out of the foam of one of the crocs.
I'm going to return to where my friends are and go, today I've learned a valuable life lesson.
And they just like start fighting with their little velociraptor friends, tearing
I
apart this fish.
I pat Hoots on the back and heal him for 9 damage.
Nice.
You're
See,
good
it's
friend,
basically like you didn't have to learn any lessons for that.
I am visibly annoyed, and I'm like, what a waste of a fish.
No, that's the episode title.
What a waste of a fish.
What a waste of a good fish. Like,
Done.
Two
With
wasted fish.
ellipses at the end.
I could have told you that was going to happen.
I like it.
Hoots
And
is
start-
smart, but Hoots was also very much overcome with what an 8-year-old boy would have been overcome with. Like,
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
So thankfully, the medium-sized ones that are back in the trees across the river and just down a ways didn't notice.
Oh.
That's the thing. So, with your wounds freshly bandaged and sans one fish, you continue along the river.
Yeah. I mean,
Alright.
we're going to give them a wide berth to give them their space because they're feeding frenzy. But yeah,
Yeah, they are on the other side of the river and
Oh.
leaving you alone.
great.
Like I like that if they had grappled Hoots to the ground, so they're tiny creatures, so they can't technically grapple him because he's too big. But there's that weird like they can just ride him sort of deal. You guys are too far away to do anything about it, most of you.
Mhm.
So
Magic and arrows.
magic and arrows.
Slingshots and ranged attacks. He'd be fine.
Yep. You work your way north towards what looks to be a small lake compared to Lake Arneson back there, which is
Mm.
a big lake. That's like a Dern Lake, and this is like a Quill Lake. Like, yeah, there's two sides of every Schwartz, two sides of every lake. And it's looking around, it's roughly the size of the womb, give or take, like
Hmm.
city center wise. Like it's pretty big. Like it takes you a while to walk around through the womb and through the womb. And far to the west, it looks to be about 1 kilometer wide, or a half a mile for our American friends. There's a wide waterfall that frames the west side of this lake.
Oh.
There are dark trees that line the lake all the way around. And all around this lake, giant-sized insects have overtaken the area.
Oh.
You've noticed as you've been walking, and it's a little harder because the mist coming off of the water, it's just like the spray back. I feel like Quill would probably have picked up on this most. Because you're like, took my fish. There are no fish in the water as you get closer to this lake.
What?
I kind of pipe up and I'm like, I say that you owe me a fish and I want it now, but there doesn't seem to be any more fish.
I could make you a fish, but I don't think you'd like it. It would disappear just as fast as your last one.
No, but why is there no fish anymore?
That's a very good question.
There are giant frogs and giant toads that seem to be thriving in this water.
I don't want one of those, so don't catch me one of those. I still want a fish.
Anyone who's proficient in nature, roll me a nature check.
Proficient in nature.
Yeah.
What am I actually?
This is like
7.
this is like a specialized knowledge sort of thing.
No.
So Agnes,
I'm pretty sure my character art is going to have a frog in it, and I rolled a 7 on frogs.
it's more, you don't get a lot from this, but the thing that stands out in your mind is that fish eat insects. Frogs eat insects. if there's no fish eating insects, there will be more insects. And if there are more insects, there will probably be a higher population of frogs. That's all. It makes sense looking around. Like,
Insects are fascinating.
Do you just say that out loud to everybody?
Yeah.
as you're traveling and like pulling from your water skins and that, as you would do, because it's, you know, it's a hard day's travel. Going through the motions and like dipping 2 fingers and running the water along your lips, and you and it's saltier than it should be. It's not completely brackish here, but it's there. It's like an alkaline pool almost,
These are saltwater frogs.
which absolutely exist.
Thank you.
Hmm.
As I take my swig from my freshly filled canteen, I kind of like, well, that's disgusting.
It's not completely undrinkable.
Oh no, that doesn't mean it's not disgusting.
No.
It's definitely a thing. If you tried to subsist off of like drinking brackish water for too terribly long, you would have some serious issues.
Yes.
Yeah.
But yeah,
You don't want to see a cat take a kidney stone. It's not pleasant.
No one asked for that.
No.
the sun is dipping at this point because it's been a pretty hard go up the creek, and traversing the lake up to where that waterfall is looks a little treacherous to your eyes. Potentially something that would be better left to daylight hours. Except for Hoots. Hoots could just fly over there and be fine. Nothing will jump out of the lake and eat him when he's by himself.
I don't believe you.
As we're considering things and like looking around, I am gonna pop 5 of my 10 good berries to help myself.
Oh yeah, I got 10 good berries too.
Yes.
I'm gonna eat 3 of those.
Okay. So what do you want to do?
I guess set up camp.
Well, I think that it's like the last time. We went running last time. We survived just fine. Well, 2 of you almost died, but we still survived in the end.
I say we do camp.
Okay, if we're going to do camp, then we got to scout out a good area for the camp. We can't just do it along the river. Those things might pass the river and eat you. They got a taste for bird and they want more.
I love it. The rain is still pelting reasonably as you're walking. Like it's not like a complete downpour, but like you're getting wet standing here.
We should maybe set up camp in the trees.
Yeah, I do we do like a survival check to find like a safe place that we can kind of set up?
That is exactly what you guys would do.
All right.
20, baby.
17.
I don't feel the need to roll for this.
Yeah. Quill is confident. He's like, the cat is going to get out of the rain now. And like just like, you know. And
I like how you try to impersonate everyone's voice but Quill's. And
well,
I appreciate
because
it
I'm
a lot.
describing your actions instead of using your voice. Quill, you find a reasonable sort of clearing that looks like it's like, yeah, you could totally defend a place like this. There's enough broad trees to hang that big tarp to get you guys out of the rain. There's a good amount of dry firewood. You're like, yeah, this'll
Awesome.
do.
I kind of walk back and I go, there's your clearing. We can do it in there.
Mhm.
So, follow me. And I point in the direction. And
I follow the point.
I take out the tarp. Let's do
All right.
this.
And you guys walk off into the trees, and
Good
we're going to take a break there because we got 5 after 8, and everybody's got human things to do. So we'll be back in 10 minutes and pick up where
Yeah.
this left off.
Y'all don't want
Thank
to
you
know.
guys for the folks who subscribed tonight or followed
Follow.
tonight. Subscriptions are absolutely coming. By next session, you should have the ability to drop us a subscription as well if that's something that you're interested in doing.
Woo.
And we'll try and make sure that there's some pretty sweet stuff waiting for you for the effort. So
Heck yeah.
yeah. So
Um,
let's step away and do human things, and we'll be back soon.
See you guys soon.
Whomp. There we go.
Audio.
Thanks, Quigs. Hey, we have a Hoots back.
Sorry, wife had wanted chips, and the store that's close to us was closed, so I just ran all the way to Shoppers.
Oh, I see.
So you're in the middle of a stream, and you had to be the one to run to get the chips.
This is what love looks like. You'll understand one day.
No, I want to hear the fantastic story of who chopped her legs off today, but maybe that's for another day. My wife is pregnant, and that's a hard sell, bud. That's what Skip's for. Come on now.
Well, there's a corner store that's like literally on the edge, and I got there, and the guy literally locked the door in my face. I was like, bro.
Yeah.
Have you ever
I like
seen In Time, like the movie In Time?
Yeah,
I'm
with,
just
like, Justin
imagining you
Timberlake.
like just literally running for your life. You're like, gotta make it to the store. Gotta make it to the store.
That was a weird movie.
I love that movie so much.
I actually did enjoy it, but it was a weird movie.
Oh, it's a weird movie, but it's really good.
So,
Dave was just sweating.
you'd be
Yeah,
all
you
right.
doing okay there, David?
Yeah, I'm good.
I think I know the exact Shoppers you ran to.
I think Hoots gets first watch.
I'm okay with that. Hoots. All right, what's your watch order? What do you guys want to do?
I'll take first watch this time.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, that makes the most sense to have people that have the hardest time seeing in the dark.
Yeah.
Going
Go
first,
first
and
and
last.
last. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dern's excited. He gets to sleep all the way through now.
Okay, so we've got Agnes first, and then
I'll wake up Quill.
Will, and then
Hoots. A out of breath Hoots.
all right, fair enough. Hoots has been like just trying to fly in rain, and it's a bad time. It's a bad day. So, I'm gonna, Agnes, you're taking first. You've got your tarp set up between a couple of trees. It's reasonably warm and comfortable where you're at. You got a big roaring fire fighting against the pelting rain. You're close to a clearing, so you can see a little bit of the stars, but it's pretty overcast. It's just too dark not having a clearing. That's why Quill would have picked a place like this. And all around you is just like flora, fauna, the huge, we'll say. Roll me a perception check, please.
23.
23. There's bird call, and the occasional like coming from the water, as there's a whole bunch of giant toads out there. That's the thing. Twigs snapping in the woods. Nothing terribly eventful as you're tending your fire, and
She takes off her woolen socks and like squeegees them out, like wrings them out and lays them out in front of the fire, digs down to the bottom of her pack where she has her spare pair of woolen socks and takes them out.
Yeah. As you would, propped up on sticks, drying out. Mostly uneventful.
Mostly.
Anything that you'd like to do while you're here?
So after getting her wet socks off and laid aside, going to sit and stare at the fire for a little bit and takes out her little eyepiece, her little kaleidoscope, and is going to take a handful of the she's trying to make a few little sparks. She wants to look at the sparks as they come off of the fire. And when there aren't quite enough sparks, and she's like poking at the edge of the fire, being like, come on, do the thing. Come on. I want to see what it looks like. She might toss a little handful of the Okay, first of all, where's the wind blowing? Towards my friends or away from my friends? Out the out the
Uh,
tarp?
away, we'll say.
Away? Okay.
The
Going to
fire is situated appropriately, a good distance away from the tarp, so it doesn't catch the canvas. I mean, it's resilient, but good sense is good sense.
just gonna like flick things into the fire to try and get them like little tiny pieces of twigs, little tiny pieces to try and get little sparks to form.
And in a usual pyromancer setting, you are able to get the outcome you were hoping for, and get a handful of little sparks. You grab like something that's just really dead and pitchy inside, like something that's really rotten,
Hmm.
and a handful of like conifer branches that aren't quite dry yet,
Yep.
and it just like sparks right up and shoots up.
Yep. And she so she takes a look at that through her kaleidoscope and lays out one of the
There you go.
smaller pieces of parchment. And where do
There
you
you go.
want it? Better?
Up a little bit more,
Better?
There you go. Perfect.
Okay.
There you
All
go.
right, cool.
That's your spot.
One of the smaller pieces of parchment and starts dotting out where the sparks went
I
on
like
the
it.
parchment.
I make my own constellations, bitches.
And
Cool.
as she finishes it up and she's blowing it off and she's like, to make sure it dries, and then she's gonna roll everything back up and go over to Quill and go, Lou, can you wake up Quill? Lou.
My tail just kind of like comes up to your lips, like shh. And I go, oh, okay, it's fine. I got this.
All right. She doesn't wait to see if you actually wake up. She says, "Okay."
So in a kind of meta moment, resting and taking watch in D&D has always seemed like such a weird thing to me, where it's like, how can you just wake up for 2 hours and then just immediately go back to sleep and get a restful night's sleep? And then I had children.
I was gonna say it's absolutely a thing.
Yeah, I was up from like 1 to 3 and then immediately went back to sleep. I feel great.
Feels
Quill?
great.
I'm going to roll my perception
Mm-hmm.
for a cool 10.
All right. You stoke the fire, scan the night, hear Durin like from behind you in typical Durin fashion.
Yes.
And it's quiet. Does Quill put his armor on when he does his watch?
Yes.
Okay.
He sleeps. He will often sleep in his armor too.
Okay.
It's just he does things sometimes where he will take it off because it's easier, such as explaining how to move like a dragon.
Gotcha. So you're wearing medium armor right now. I will clarify this rules wise.
I'm wearing scale.
When you finish a long rest, if you're sleeping in medium armor, you only regain a quarter of your spent hit dice. So that's I'm clarifying. There is a sense of safety to it, but you don't get as good of a rest.
That makes sense.
Okay, well,
light armor has no such compunctions, but
I didn't know this.
It's a thing. It's all good.
So
this is why I clarify.
Fine, I will be stripped down.
In the buff, as it were.
Well, I've still got my wrappings and my underclothes.
Yeah.
But I will throw on my armor.
Don't let that mane out a little bit.
I'm tired. Maybe in the morning. And I will begin my watch. I'm going to start. I rolled a 10.
Yeah, you did.
I'm going to kind of go not quite to the edge of the woods again.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to do what I did last time. I'm going to say, if anyone's here and they're not happy that we're here, please let me know and we'll leave.
You say that aloud, or just like kind of under your breath, or like
loud.
calling out?
But like I walk away from the camp, so I'm doing it
Yeah.
out that or
Yeah.
other direction.
Okay, so like far end of the clearing, and just like as you like yell into the woods, you hear like a from off, like way off in the distance.
Is
It sounded almost feline.
oh crap! I haven't met any other larger cats yet. I get a little excited, and I purr back out and like kind of chitter like a cat does out into the wind. Little weird thing that cats sometimes do.
Yep.
Is there a response?
It's just something off in the distance, and it goes quiet.
I go, do you speak English? Or like something else? I speak a lot of languages for someone who just learned to talk.
Surprisingly easier when you're just learning to talk, oddly enough.
True.
Yeah. No response.
Oh man. Do I recognize like actively that this is a feline?
Sounded feline.
I'm gonna walk a little bit closer.
All right.
I'm gonna kind of like do some purring, but this time I'm gonna kind of like let out a bit of a, for the first time in a long time, a meow.
Meow.
But like a friendly meow.
Okay. Not an I'm in heat, meat, come get me meow.
No.
Bad kitty, bad kitty. Yeah. You know what? Roll me a, we'll call it animal handling.
9.
Kind of what you're doing here is you're trying to interact with an animal. You know, you're calling out into the bush. The rain's coming down. You're getting a little wet, and nothing seems to be answering.
Has the purring still stopped, or has it started back up?
It's yeah, it went quiet a little bit ago.
Would I be able to tell just how far away it was?
You got pretty keen ears. I'd say beyond the range of your sight, like further than 60 feet. Like the sounds it was making were echoing, not because it was like right close to you. This is a big cat.
Oh, man. Okay. I'm gonna kind of put my hands on my mouth because I'm a little far away from the tent now. I'm gonna be like, "Do you want to be friends?"
No response.
I've got berries.
What's your passive perception again?
My passive is 14.
Okay, yeah, no response.
I go, I'm really good at catching fish. I can get you fish.
He calls out into the darkness.
Well, now you're just being kind of rude. Still nothing.
Still nothing.
I'm going to take one of my good berries and I'm just going to like
yeah, hurl it off into the woods.
Yes.
And you see it like and go into some foliage. And you see movement. And a little like, it looks kind of like a muskrat comes out and it's got it in its mouth and it's like fucks off.
Oh, shoot. Okay. Well, and in my brain I'm like, what would my friends want me to do in this moment? And
they would want you to wander off into the night alone searching for pussycats.
No, they wouldn't want me to do that, but they would want me to make friends. So I'm kind of at an impasse. So standing where I'm still standing, I call out again. I go, I haven't seen another cat before here. And you kind of sound like a cat, and I would like to be friends. So this is going to be my last time trying to make friends. But if you like someone to talk with, I got me and my friend Lou. He's a dragon, and we're pretty friendly.
No response.
I just kind of pause and go, "Oh, screw this," and I just like, I get very grumpy, and I'm like, some people. Well, sorry, not people. Some, because again, to me, people are only humans. I'm like, some cats are real rude, and I just kind of trudge back out from towards the clearing again.
And you see your friends casually snoozing.
You see your
Fires.
friends' lifeless bodies.
I grab a couple just like pieces of wood along the way, kind of buried in the grass, and
Big punky logs, yeah.
just like bring them near, and I kind of sit down. I'm very grumpy. I'm very annoyed.
Mhm.
And I'm just kind of talking to myself, and I kind of pull Lou out of my hood, and I'm just like, I'm just trying to meet more people like me to get a better understanding of people like me. And I keep saying people, but I don't mean people. Of cats like me. But there's like no one wants to talk today. I got a thumbs up and noise, and I got someone who just went completely shy on me. The thumbs up was at least a nice gesture, but this one's doing nothing. And I'm like out loud speaking like this. I don't know if anyone's hearing me.
Well, what is it? Hoots, you're up next, I believe. You know what? You guys all have reasonable passives, so who hears them?
I think Eggy would probably like half open an eye, just be like, "Yeah, maybe you should offer them a gift if they don't want to talk to you. Sometimes that helps people be my friend."
I turn to you and I go, "There's a cat in the woods, and I offered him a gift to come talk with me, and he wouldn't take it."
Cats are kind of finicky that way, you know.
No, he was like a big cat like me.
That's nice. She's not fully awake.
Yeah.
Do you think that I should go and try and find the cat?
Ooh.
Yeah, Agnes, do you think Quill should go find the cat?
Ooh.
Let's roll some dice. Let's see how this shit goes. That's a 2 on a d6.
If you think that's the best thing to do.
Awesome. I seeing as how it's the end of my watch technically, and it's the start of Hoots, I kind of like go to Hoots. I'm gonna say I still have like maybe half an hour left on my watch.
Sure.
And I kind of go to Hoots and I'm like, Hoots, there's a cat in the woods I want to talk with, and it's not talking with me. And Agnes said I can go and talk with it, and I should go try and be friends. But I don't want to do it alone. So do you want to come with me?
Absolute 4-year-old mentality right there. It's like, and I want to do this thing that's incredibly dangerous, and Mom said it was okay, so let's just move beyond that part now. I love it. I love Quill so much.
No, Quill. You should not go chasing cat. No, you shouldn't. You shouldn't do that.
Well, I'm very frustrated right now. I'm going to bed. You can watch or you can't. And I just like storm off to my part to go to bed.
Okay.
And Hoots can begin his watch about 20 minutes early.
Sorry.
So about 20 minutes getting out of that bedroll.
Yeah. And yeah, I guess we'll start with the good old fashioned perception.
Yep. All right. So a couple of things happen all at once. Bear with me just a moment.
That's a 1, and I'm scared.
Yep.
So Hoots like goes and stretches to stand up, flexes the wings all the way out, and with a 1, you don't notice a large-sized black cat with curling horns around the front of its face, and lizard-like eyes jumping at you. And for the folks playing the home game,
Oh no, I know what that is. You're a jerk.
am I? Are you sure?
If it
Hoots
is what
is
I think it
tackled from
is.
behind through the tarp and goes rolling past the fire into the ground as this guy shows up to land on you.
Oh, it wasn't exactly what I thought it was. Never mind,
Oh,
fine.
she's so pretty.
So that's a thing. And I'm just
Oh, I
going to
really
zoom
wanna
the
be
audience
friends.
out just a little bit. There we go. And turn on dark mode for you folks. Here we go. And perfect.
Shit.
I'm going to need an initiative roll from everybody.
Oh, I didn't touch me first.
That's all good. Just adjust in the turn order, please. As this thing bounds out, and Hoots, it's taken some attacks on you, so
Ooh.
Sorry,
we'll rationalize that in just a sec.
I got a nat 20, but I completely forgot to hold down on my character.
Oh, that's fine. That's easy enough.
I got a
can
nat 1 and hope that that's my dues.
There you go. Turn 20. And there we go. And Hoots, you had a 9, you said? Cool. I'll just add you in for a 9. Now, I'm excited to use more bounders in this world from some good Critical Role things. So the one that lands on you is beefy, and it has this like it's not quite a sail coming along its spine, but it looks like rows and rows of knife blades hanging off, which is a stark contrast to the other one that's emerging from the trees to the north of you right now.
I made a mistake.
And I'm just going to pull this guy over here a little bit.
Wait, there's 2 of them?
There's 2 of them now.
Oh.
Quill made a mistake.
So that's a bristled moorbounder and a regular moorbounder. I like it. Cool. So the one that's eating Hoots right now. Hoots, you just got leather armor on, right?
Yeah.
So you were probably like hanging out in your leather harness and stuff.
Yeah.
That's going to be with a 15, 11 points of slashing damage, good buddy. And you are prone on the ground with a cat on top of you. I'm sorry. I need to add these guys to initiative. Bear with me a moment.
The dead silence from every party member speaks volumes right now.
No, it's all good. Don't worry about it.
I just don't want people to die because I'm an idiot.
It's all good. There's no mistakes in Dungeons and Dragons except for the ones that get your party killed. So, let's go like this. It is Dern's turn. Dern is like I'm gonna say having a massive figure crash through the tarp, and like have it kind of like half rip out from the trees.
Probably woke Zern up pretty quick.
A big pool of water like kind of sailed down and splashed across all of you.
Yeah,
Cool. You've been asleep for all of like 10 minutes at this point, so I'd say that you're totally you're prone, laying on the ground, but you can take your actions as per normal when it comes to you. So Dern, you're probably not wearing heavy armor right now.
No, I'm definitely not wearing my heavy armor. My AC probably drops down to
10 plus your dex.
10 plus my dex, so my AC is 10.
That's a thing.
I grab my shield
That is an
And my
action to equip your shield.
Oh wait, I guess I don't have my hammer or shield, eh?
Well,
would have to
they'd be
grab them.
close to you, but if you're belting on your shield, it is a full action to don a shield.
Got it. So I just grab my hammer then. I
Yep.
run out.
So it's half your speed to stand up from the position that you're in.
Yep. So I am, what am I? Speed 30, so 15 feet. 5, 10, 15. And is that a... It is a touch. Shoot. I'm going to use my action to dash.
You used an action to belt on a shield already.
Oh right, I did. All right, that was my action. Yeah.
You do have Shield of Faith if as a bonus action if that was the other thing you were thinking of.
Yes, I cast Shield of Faith onto Hoots.
Okay.
Giving
Hoots,
him
your AC
plus...
increases by 2.
Yep.
And Durin, there's a yellow token on your or a yellow dot on you showing that you're concentrating on a spell.
Yep. And yeah, I just basically get myself ready for what the heck's about to happen.
All right. There's a somewhat larger sized cat pinning Hoots down. Not pinning, but like, splaying him out. And then there's a slightly smaller but still large sized feline north of you. What can Dern see right now? Let me just double check.
Dern cannot see much. He just sees
Never mind.
one cat.
You see the one cat using Dern's vision.
Yep.
So for the audience's sake, the audience can see everything. So Dern cannot see this guy to the north here.
No. Dern is just focusing on trying to make sure that he keeps himself at least somewhat protected at 12 AC.
Indeed.
And yeah.
It is the Bristled Moorbounder's turn now. The one that's pinning Hoots. And Hoots, with your newfound AC, it does not hit you.
Okay.
And that's a 13. Does not hit anymore. Because your AC is now 15. That would have been 24 points of slashing damage, good buddy.
That would have been a lot.
Yeah. It's content leaning into your body. I feel like it's got it's leaning down on one of your wings, but your hands are free. The other Moorbounder comes rushing, leaping through the air. And Dern, you see this as it enters into your periphery, as it comes down, and it looks at Quill, and it's like, and it lets out that terrible cat sound that James doesn't make well into a microphone, and starts striking with claws. Quill, that's a 10 and an 8.
Negative.
And it, by the grace of you, still not completely being a sleepy boy, you see this thing and just roll in your bedroll like a little cat taco, and it narrowly misses you. Quill, you're up. What are you going to do about it, bud?
Well, thankfully, I didn't take my armor off this time because I was super annoyed and just went to bed.
I love it.
So that's great because normally I do make a note of when I take it off.
Mm-hmm.
So I am assuming I have to take an action to grab a weapon.
Interact with an object for a weapon, as long as it's not a shield.
Ah, perfect.
But you are prone on the ground right now, so it'd be half your speed to stand up.
That's fine. I'm going to do a thing.
Do the thing.
I'm going to... Oh, no, they won't get an opportunity of attack. Because I'm still within the right. Cool. I'm going to get up, which takes half my movement.
Yep.
And I'm going to... What's my movement speed? 30. So I got 15 left.
Yeah. What you do?
I'm going to... 10, that's out of the range. Okay. To here.
Okay.
And no, that wouldn't work. So I'm still up close. Hold on 1 second here. I need to read something.
Okay.
Ever so important.
You like step over Agnes's prone body to get to where you're at.
You know what?
Hoots, you're up on deck.
Yeah.
No, that's not going to work. Okay. I am going to get up, move over to this side, and I guess all I can do is swing in with my short sword.
Go for it.
That's not going to be good enough.
An 11 will not do it, and it narrowly like ducks out of the way.
Yeah. Well, that's a thing.
Cool.
Cool.
Any bonus action or anything you want to use?
I don't have
Your
any.
favored foe or anything like that?
I have to hit a creature to do that.
Okay, gotcha. Not like
No.
Hunter's Mark. Gotcha. Okay.
Correct.
Well done.
Yeah.
Hoots, you have a cat on you.
I do. I gotta think about this. Was I holding my shotgun when I got knocked prone?
I'd say it's probably what's hanging from your back, barrel down, because it's raining and you don't have access to electrical tape.
Yeah.
When you know, you know.
I'm in real bad shape.
Trying to get to you.
I will say, Hoots, for the sake of combat planning, you just saw the other one like standing leap way high into the air and pounce on these guys.
Yeah.
If you were thinking of disengaging and flying straight up, you are fairly confident this thing would hit you.
No,
or be
that's
able to catch you.
I mean, I'm assuming it's still like on top of me, right?
Yeah. So you are not. It is not grappling you as the condition. It is mostly thematic. You are prone.
Yeah.
You have the ability to like tug yourself free and move away.
Yeah, I just don't know if that's gonna necessarily work the way I want it to. Yeah, is it possible for me to basically use my action to stand up and move to here?
So half your movement to stand up, action to disengage. You got 15 feet left to get over towards Dern. Yeah.
I don't know if disengaging is gonna be the way I want it to go, though.
You could take a dodge and risk it.
Yeah, that's the
Disengage would prevent it from swinging at you. Period.
yeah,
Which
and
buys
that's
you around.
And then you're standing beside me, and I can take.
That's
a
what we're
blow
gonna do.
pretty easy.
We're gonna disengage and move to here.
Using its weird cat sentinel feat. No. All cats have sentinel, didn't you know?
And I still got a bonus action, but there's nothing I can
What you
do with that.
I believe us.
Oh yeah,
All
no,
right.
we're gonna kill these guys. That's fine.
Yep. Agnes. You are a bear taco, or in this case, a cat taco.
Agnes is going to
I just got
stand
that.
up. I'm ignoring you. Agnes is going to stand up. Semantics on this ability.
Agnes also wears leather light armor, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you would still have access to your armor with no ill effects.
Yep. Agnes would have somewhat seen some of this stuff and is going to use. I want to know if I can see Hoots from where I am, or if I need to like move around the circle of this guy's abilities.
Let me double check your vision here. You can see Hoots. So what
Okay.
your token can see is an accurate representation of what you can see. So Agnes, for the players playing at home,
But
can
to
see.
do what I need to do, I need I need to be able to see my target. So I just want to know because I have a giant cat in front of me that I'm going to be able to.
It's large sized, but yeah, you can kind of make out Dern and Hoots. You have a line of sight there.
Then Agnes starts saying a few words in a language that I'm not sure anybody understands around here. Anyone else speak Sylvan?
Nope.
I do.
Okay, so you can understand. And the freckles that surround her nose and cover that are smattered across her face start lighting up. And they start connecting as they go along. And they start running down her arms. And she starts to glow lightly as she takes on her starry form. And
Oh.
along her cheek comes the shape of a cup.
I like it.
And she holds a finger out and points at Hoots. And while casting Healing Word, gets to do some additional healing.
I have to interject.
What?
Starry Form's a bonus action, and Healing Word is also a bonus action.
Damn it.
Can you not do
Am I not allowed to
Healing
use my
Word
action?
as an action?
Can I burn a bonus action as an action?
They are two separate things for the mechanically inclined.
Fine.
You get one or the other. You get one or the
Fine.
other.
Fine. Well, I already did the cool thing, so I'm going to do the cool thing anyway, and then I'm going to freaking.
I will say, if you choose a different form for your starry form because of this newfound information, feel free.
No, I just won't use the starry form. I need to heal Hoots.
I was about to say I can protect him, so I wouldn't worry too much about him right now.
I will also give you, because the chalice form, if you cast a spell using a spell slot that restores hit points to a creature like Goodberry, you can heal yourself or another creature within 30 feet of you for a D8 plus your wisdom modifier.
So less cool, but fine. So much less cool.
I'm saying.
I know what you're saying. I hear you. I'm going to take starry form and then cast Thunderwave on the one far away from me.
I like it. Is it still the chalice form?
Yep. I still need it.
So Thunderwave on the one immediately north of you?
No, I'm not taking disadvantage. I'm going to go at the one that attacked Hoots.
Thunderwave originates from you.
Oh, it originates from.
Yeah.
I didn't read my spell well. I had a plan.
But you could totally knock it back towards Hoots and Dern if you want.
I just don't want to hit Quill.
Quill would be safe in this case.
Okay, then we're going to do that.
All right, go ahead and roll it. And to confirm, you're sticking with your chalice form, correct?
Yes.
All right, go ahead and roll. I think it's a con save. That's a 5 on its con save, so it takes a full 5 points of damage. Damage.
And that will end.
And it is knocked back, I believe, 10 feet away. Hey, Hoots.
Hoots doesn't like these cats.
Yeah.
Hoots and cats and hoots and cats and hoots and cats and hoots and cats. Dern, there is now a kitty right on your flank, sir.
Yep. Okay, that's fine. I have that. That's to protect him. All right. We're going for an attack because we need to kill this friggin' thing. I'm going to hit the one right here.
Okay. That's 13. That hits its AC.
Beautiful, because I am 100% doing a smite because that's 10 damage already there.
I'll get you to. It's actually 12 damage because if you're swinging with two hands, because you don't have a shield.
I have a shield. Remember, I buckled.
Oh, that's right. Never mind.
Yep.
10 points, and then roll me some smitage.
Smitage. Let's see. It's starting at second level. Extra 2d8 damage.
Nice.
Extra 6 damage, so 16 damage on top of that 5 already.
I love it. This thing is not looking well. You just basically caved in the ribs on its left side, and it's like,
Dern is not happy about A, being woken up like this, and B, fighting in his skimpies. All you hear is there's just a wind up. If you're seeing the glowing fire, all you're seeing is like the silver sparkles of his scales and a hammer coming in from the darkness, smashing into the ribs, and then you just see an explosion of cold silver, like cold mist comes bursting out from the hammer.
I like it.
And he just yells out something along the lines of, "By the silver hammer!"
I like it. And it and it kind of winces back and it turns and it snarls at you.
I snarl back at it.
And the big cat that previously had Hoots sees this and sees Dern just hit its like younger companion, and it like raises its butt right up into the air and it lunges forward at you, coming directly at you.
That's fine. I bring it on. I can take a hit.
Go.
Be careful what you wish for.
I can do it.
That would be 14 points of slashing damage as it brings its bladed tusks down into your face.
Okay.
And then its claw like narrowly misses, and it swings wide and it ricochets off of Hoots' shield. I'm gonna need a Constitution saving throw from you, good buddy, for maintaining that shield of faith.
Yep. It's gone.
It is gone.
Bye.
Hoots you back down to being a mere mortal.
That's fine.
And the regular Moorbounder that you just cranked in the face, it's going to move down to here, staying within Dern's reach. Does Hoots have a melee weapon in hand?
He could have his dagger.
I'll give it. You know what? You either drew your shotgun or you drew your dagger. Your choice.
He would have drawn his shotgun.
Right.
He would have drawn his shotgun, not his dagger.
All right. It is not happy that Agnes boom maged him, and it like rears back and it lunges at her. That is a 15 to hit Agnes.
A 15 matches.
Cool. That's 14 points of slashing damage.
Oh.
From its claws.
Whew.
And it's Quill.
It is Quill.
Here, kitty.
Yeah, I kind of I turn to this thing as it's attacking, and I'm like, I just want it to be friends. And I kind of my fur kind of charges up for a second. Not in the usual kind of like cat kind of getting scared or whatever attacky way, but in kind of like an actual charged way.
Mm-hmm.
And as I do that, I'm going to cast Zephyr Strike.
I like it.
Can I
throw it into chat for the other players, if you would?
I guess I can do that. Oh,
thank you.
Close my character sheet by accident. Yeah, I will throw that in there for y'all to see. Basically, I move like the wind. I don't provoke opportunity attacks, and I can increase my spells my weapon damage by 1d8. One hit. My walking speed also increases by 30 feet for the next minute.
Yep.
Can I, as I'm walking away, put one of my arrows into the fire?
Yeah, I would say so.
Cool. I disengage for free because that's what I can do. And this is also a bonus action to cast it. I'm going to stop. I'm going to put it into the fire.
I will say if you're lighting up an arrow as you're walking away, you'll probably have had to drop your sword at the feet of the beast because you're drawing a weapon.
Oh yeah, no, that's totally fine.
Okay.
And I kind of
sword.
Peel back a little bit, and I'm going to shoot a weapon attack with my longbow.
Hoots?
That was my bad. I didn't mean to hit that.
It is all good.
Okay.
I'm like all of the D dice. Cool.
Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna cast my longbow, and that's going to fail.
So a flaming arrow goes shooting off into the darkness. Thankfully, it is raining.
Fuck. I can't do.
You know what?
anything.
Because I made the damn thing, I'm gonna put it right here, and it gives
Appreciate it.
off an almost inconvenient amount of light.
Are you using the good ones or the bad or the less proficient ones?
I'm going to assume it's one of the good ones.
Yeah. All right. So
Okay.
that's your bonus action and attack.
Yeah. I also moved though,
You did.
so that's everything I can do. Although I can technically move farther. No, I can't. You can move, do an action, then do the rest. Of it.
I would say you give yourself advantage on one weapon attack roll. So this could be that one weapon attack.
Right.
Yeah.
I didn't even read that part. Sorry.
So
Yes.
that
so
makes
the
it
arrow,
a 19
the arrow
hitting
does
that
hit.
moorbounder.
Yes. Sorry, I forgot about the advantage. Yes. So the arrow's going to hit. I'll roll the damage for the arrow,
Which you already did with a 4.
4.
And
but
then an extra
there's
D8, please.
The D8, but also the fire.
Yep. It's a single point of fire damage.
Okay. So 10.
10. It had 9 hit points left.
Sweet. Okay. I like
It
charge up and
slumps over and like.
Yeah, I'm gonna book it. And as I book it, I like kind of like scrape my arrow through the fire, and then I like push myself back really fast and like, and let this fire arrow fly.
And I will say, because it's a good one, it totally stays ignited on the thing, giving off a reasonable amount of light. Cool. Hoots. You have a cat within range of you again, and or
Hoots,
still.
He's spent a great deal of his time with this cat right in front of him. Kind of seeing his friends around him. He's gonna figure now's probably the good time to do something a little bit more damaging, considering he just watched the other one fall. So as was the plan previously. Now, can I cast like that?
Yeah, that's fine.
For Tasha's Caustic Brew, I guess it'd be like that. So
you can absolutely hit the cat and not your friends.
Then that's what I'm gonna do. So yeah, he's basically just gonna like one hand spin the shotgun around, point it at the cat, and go, "Here, kitty, kitty," and just pull the trigger on the and I accidentally restarted.
Go ahead and click the spell again.
Yeah, no, I accidentally restarted roll 20 on myself, so I just got to get back into it really quickly.
That is fair. It failed its dexterity saving throw with a 7. So yeah.
So that's going to be it. So it's going to take 2d4 plus 1 because it's with my arcane focus.
I don't think it does extra damage. It's just to
that's
hit on that.
I think at level 3 for that.
Rod, staff, or wand. While holding this item, a creature gains +1 to spell attack. Oh, spell attack rolls. Never mind. Not
it's only damage. D20 rolls for it.
I misread that. So that's going to be 2d4 acid damage for 5 points
at the start of its turn, right?
At the start of each of its turns.
Yeah. So stream. Yeah. So it'll either until it can scrape or wash the acid off. It'll take 2d4 at the beginning of its turn.
All right. I will say, given the rain that's occurring, I'm probably going to set a time limit on that if it doesn't take the time to like. It's a beast. It's not going to like start doing this, licking it, and it's like bad touch. But yeah, probably a good like 6 rounds. If it's still up by then, it would fade.
Okay.
I hope it's not up for 6 rounds.
And
you are concentrating, I believe.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a concentration up to 1 minute.
It is brewed.
And this is my turn.
Cool. All right. Agnes.
All right, let's try again, shall we? So as my bonus action, I would like to cast Healing Word on. Still gonna do Hoots.
Yeah, that's fine.
Healing Word on Hoots at level 1.
Mhm.
That would be 4 points of healing.
And who's getting the
And
D8 plus wisdom?
no, pardon? Oh,
Um,
right. I think unfortunately I am because
That's fine.
you can't
That's legit.
heal if you are dead.
Green elf needs food. Like, we got this.
At 11.
I think it's 1d8 plus wisdom for that one.
Oh, it is
You had
1d8,
2d8.
which means I'll take the first d8 and I get
Yeah,
4.
re-roll it.
You gonna let me re-roll that?
Yeah.
He might
This
be
is
evil,
literally
but
the
he's
first
not
time you've
evil.
used the ability.
It's
I'm not
true.
going to give you that much shit.
5. I'm gonna practice rolling this a few times off stream.
That's all good.
Okay, and then as my main action, I'm going to send a produce flame at the kitty.
I like it. Roll.
That's a 12.
A 12 does not, unfortunately, hit its AC.
Yep. And that will end my turn.
Fizzles off into the rain. Done.
Dern's aiming for the head,
As he should.
as he should. 17 with 9 damage.
A 17 will absolutely hit.
Now, here's a question. I used the spell earlier in the day to heal Hoots.
Yep.
I have 2 spell slots.
You
Did
have
I get
not
my
completed. You have not
the rest?
completed a long rest.
Okay, that's what I was just about to
Yep.
ask, because otherwise I would have smote his ass.
So technically, you burned a spell slot to Divine Smite. You burned a spell slot to heal Hoots from the
Earlier.
Velociraptors.
Yep.
And you burned a spell slot to Shield of Faith.
Yes.
And you have
Oh.
3 spell slots.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, we're good.
Yep. I think I have 3 slots. I should. I will double check that to make sure later.
Fair enough. No more smites.
No smitey. No smitey nighty. So yeah, that's all he can do. I cannot lay on hands as a action, not a bonus. So
It is an action. And you have 2 spell slots, my friend. So we'll do it different next time, but we're fine.
Yes. I apologize about that.
It happens.
Other than that, damage is done. My turn is done.
All right, fair enough.
Bring it on, kitty.
The Moorbounder at the start of its turn takes 5 points of acid damage. And does not take the time to like wash the acid off. And it's very upset with Hoots. Like, it's very upset with Hoots. That's an 11 to hit Hoots.
That will not hit.
And that's a 12 to hit Hoots.
Still doesn't hit.
All right. Because apparently I can't roll for shit tonight. And the other Moorbounder is deceased. Quill.
Dead.
Your Zephyr Strike advantage and damage has been used up, but you still don't provoke opportunity attacks for the remainder of your concentration. What you got?
Oh, Quill, you're muted.
I'm going to still charged up, like head towards that fire again.
Yep.
Kind of like skid in.
Yep.
I'm coming to home base. Light another arrow.
There's just mud all over this cat.
Oh yeah, and like kick my feet back. Jump back again, and I'm gonna pull out that flaming arrow. I'm gonna shoot it again, and I'm gonna be like, "We could have been friends." And I'm going to shoot out this arrow, and it's going to be for
A 10 does not match its AC, and you see this flaming arrow ricochet off of the
Does
moving.
a 12 though?
He doesn't have advantage on this.
I thought he did freak because of Zephyr Strike.
Zephyr Strike is
wait, when you
one
hit or
attack
miss.
only.
Oh, yep,
Yep.
it is. Yep. I
So
apologize.
it clatters along these like knife blades that are running along its spine, and it just flies off into the sky.
So much cool motion, so much failure.
Anything else for you, sir?
No, but I feel like Quill almost missed on purpose just because he feels bad because he just killed a cat. But
We'll
he
be
also
friends soon.
wants to be friends.
Hoots.
Hooty hoots.
This thing's got to be hurting, right?
Oh yeah.
Not so much. Not
Oh
yet.
yeah, it's hurting. It's hurting. It's got to be.
If I were to rate it on a scale of 0 to 52, it's not bloodied.
So, Dern, on a scale of how hurt are you looking right now?
Dern's got blood running down his face. It's
A
definitely
big gash
getting...
along his chest.
Yeah.
Dern is bloodied.
Dern is bloodied, but you know what? Dern's got his eyes are just focused on this cat and wanting to hit it with its hammer again.
It is worth saying that although the audience can see how many hit points Dern has, Hoots technically cannot because his character does not have the permissions for that. So
Yep.
It's a thing.
Yep.
They can see the little bars, but that's it.
So you're
Just roll 20.
okay. What we're gonna do is against every gun safety course that everyone has ever taken, anyone who's ever taken one has taken. Hoots is gonna place the barrel of his shotgun against the side of Dern and cast Cure Wounds.
I love it.
Which is like a little bit like flourishy because like Hoots is a bit of a showman. He just would never admit it to anyone. So it's literally like from down the side of the stalk, you see all these runes kind of carved into it. He runs his thumb along, and as he does, a trail of kind of like white light follows it. He loads it into the chamber, pumps, and fires into the side of Dern. For
healing shotgun.
Yeah.
And see, I feel like it's the pump that does the healing more so than the pew pews.
You know, it depends on the kind of week you've had.
If Hoots is real pissed off at Dern, it's gonna be the shot. If it's if he's happy with him, it's the pump.
So Dern, you're gonna get 6 points of health back.
I will take that gladly.
All right. Anything else, Hoots?
No, he doesn't want to go too far. And he wanted
Alright.
to get his buddy healed up, so
Yeah.
no disengage for me.
Agnes.
In a truly spectacular starry moment, because she's already in starry form, not that it uses her starry form, she's going to cast Guiding Bolt on the cat.
I like it.
I like to think that that attack comes out as a star, but not like a... It's just like boom, boom, boom. Very Sailor Moon-esque.
I like it.
Guiding Bolt is in the list. I saw it. There it is.
Yep.
Click again. All right, it's not working. Oh, cast at what level? Cast at that level. 13 to hit.
It is always cast at level 1.
Yes.
A 13 does not hit, and you see Agnes like kind of like reach down and bear up, and messenger bag off to the sides, just like lays a hand. It's like, could you use some help? And Agnes can see energy kind of welling up from the ground and from the trees and from the rain, concentrating into a point, and just like as it bolts off, and it nearly skims Dern's horn and fires off. That is your action.
And I have now cast a full level spell.
Yes.
That'll be everything for right now.
Alrighty. Done.
Is still
I'll do
just
the
gonna
loud
hammer.
durning for you, sir.
Thank you. Dern is just going to... Yeah, there we go. I am on point with damage tonight. I am loving this.
I like it. An 18 will absolutely hit for 10 points of bludgeoning damage.
Dern is just he's angry. He's not happy that A, this cat woke him up, and B, he's hurt his friends.
As
More
it
so in that order
hasn't
too.
as you've never had the opportunity to use it before, I will remind you for Hoots' sake, you do have the interception fighting style.
I am completely aware of it. It hasn't actually come up yet.
Not yet. Anything else, Dern?
No, Dern just snarls at it and is just trying to get it to clear out.
With its on its turn, can I get 2d4 from you, Hoots? That'd be 2. I like it. It is going to rear back and drive its bladed face into Dern. That's a 24 to hit Dern.
It misses.
I have a
Oh,
question.
It's
yes, Quill.
How does it stick those tusks into people when they face the opposite direction?
Dern's not facing the opposite
No,
direction.
no. On that image of the token, those tusks are not tusks that you can stab people with.
Oh, it's because they're blades. They're like sword blades that they can. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's 7 points of slashing, and it brings its claws down into you, and that's a 15 to hit.
that does hit me.
That does hit for 14 more points of slashing damage.
Dern's down.
Womp womp.
The cat derned the Dern.
Fuck.
It's fine. It's what paladins are for. We get knocked down all the time.
Quill.
You get back up again?
Yes.
Because nobody's going to get you down?
Damn.
Quill is
So
both sad and pissed. He doing the same thing because he's just very annoyed. Is like kind of like runs up to the fire again, lights his third arrow, books it back, and same thing, just like launches out another flaming arrow. And I feel like his stress that he's under is going to cause him to miss again. And it does.
that is a natural one for the
A
audience.
Fucking one.
That's the thing. Anything else for you?
Sure, I'm just going to bury my head in the fucking sand. Because there is something going on where Quill doesn't want to hit this fucking thing.
Apparently. And the dice gods hear your plea.
Ugh.
It's Hoots' turn.
Hold on.
Oh, sorry.
You said I can interact with an object, right?
Absolutely.
I
Like
had
lighting the
mentioned-
arrow that you did.
Oh, right. So that's it all
Yeah,
I can
that's
do. Oh.
Unless you want to move somewhere else, or if
No,
you
I
have a bonus action.
I was just going to, not at the thing, I was just going to toss some of my old, used, dried up good berries that now are catnip. But that's okay.
You know what? Yes. There's a handful of like used old dried catnip at the feet of this thing.
Sweet.
Hoots.
See, look what I could have given you.
He came for your drugs, Quill. Hoots.
You muted Hoots.
I'm thinking. It's not going to work the way I want it to. Never mind. I'm going to have to pull out my dagger and just try and stab this thing.
All right.
No, I'm not actually going to do that. I am going to use my disengage and pull back because
Are you gonna fly up or back or?
well, I'm gonna like basically back and then yeah, I'm probably gonna come up to here at about like 20 feet.
Okay,
And I know there's a token for that.
there is. So disengage. It does not swing at you.
But that does use my action and my movement.
And it like stereotypically is like swings a claw, but to no avail kind of deal
Yeah.
because disengage and all that jazz.
Yeah, so that's about as far back as he's gonna be able to get, I think. I think it's all he's gonna be able to do for now.
All right, Agnes turns down.
Agnes, in Sylvan, calls on Ektiarn and is going to cast Healing Word with the Chalice function. Chalice
Right.
star. I have too many things on this character sheet.
Druids, the character sheet game.
All right, you're going to get 7 plus. Burn, you get 17 hit points. Welcome to the game.
Dern just immediately just bolts up and goes, "Oh, the cat's still alive. All right."
And then as my action, I will
The angry cat's alive, I should say.
I will cast Produce Flame.
All right, go for it.
And miss terribly because the rain is too strong for my flame attacks.
That is totally a thing. And who did you say your prayer was to?
Ektiarn.
Ektiarn?
Yeah.
I see. I like it. Durin, you're on the ground, but healed.
Yes. Dern just stands up, blood just coming right off of him. His wounds are getting patched up by magic, and he's just done.
Oh, my apologies, Ektiarn. I mispronounced.
Oh, and I miss horribly.
That is a natural 1, yes.
Yep. No, it's the blood's in his eyes. He wipes his face.
Loses the
fair.
axe.
I like it. It's its turn again.
Man,
Yeah.
you are so lenient on 1 attack rolls.
Can I get
At the
2d4, please,
moment.
David?
You're
6. There we go. At the start of its turn, and it's hurting a little bit. It is now below half hit points from nickel and diamond on acid.
Yay!
And it's, you know what? Dern is still the threat to a bestial creature. And that's a
Yep.
natural 1 on its blades.
Thank God.
And a 24 with its claws.
Yeah.
So 13 points of slashing damage to Dern.
Still up.
Still up.
Let's do
And
this.
it's just like... Quill,
Dern
you're up.
just screams in its face.
I like it.
You got it. You got it.
No, Quill is just like, man, he's having a hard time. He's doing all these cool jumpy jumps and he's missing all his shots. And he feels bad. He knows this is not a cat that he can talk to. He realizes, much like the velociraptors, that this is technically food. And he kind of like, for a second, he's just like, no, this is not a friend. This is food. This is not a friend. This is food. This is not a friend. This is food.
And in your hood, Lou
Pardon
just
me?
kind of like leans up against your cheek for a second, as if like consoling you, because it's a stuffed animal.
Aw.
He's like, "It's okay, buddy. It'll be all right."
I'm gonna move over here. I'm gonna grab my sword I had dropped.
Yep.
And I'm gonna come.
Because your speed is 60 effectively.
Yeah.
Oh wait, I don't know if you keep the plus 30 movement speed for
You
the.
don't, I don't think.
Nope, you don't. So your speed's still 30.
Okay, so I was what here?
Yeah. You were
and 15.
inconsequentially around that area. Is your intention to run over, grab your sword, and then try and stab this thing?
Yes.
Yes, you can absolutely do that.
Cool.
Because you have feline agility, and you're like, zoom.
Exactly. And I'm just gonna like come crashing down on this thing with my short sword. Finally, for a 22.
That is 9 points of piercing damage. And you like stab it into the side, and it looks at you.
And I kind of like back at it
I like it.
in like a really loud, angry hiss.
Mhm.
And then that is going to be my turn.
All right. Hoots.
Hoots is now at range and will no longer have disadvantage on these attacks. So he's going to prime his shotgun.
Pew pews.
Yeah. Prime the shotgun, and he's going to cast Firebolt on
I like it.
the creature.
With a +1 to hit, thanks to your new arcane focus. That's a 21 to hit.
Yep.
I would like to note that the arcane focus was not included in that. So we'll fix that
It's
later.
a 22 to hit.
It's a 22 to hit. For 5 points of fire damage. And it looks real bad. It looks like it's hurting.
That's all I can do for now.
Agnes, if you had one shot and one opportunity to kill every attacking cat that's ever happened.
Mom spaghetti.
We're gonna try, guys. And
See, the meta is that Agnes probably listened to that a decade and a half ago and gets that reference.
Yep. And her eyes go starry, and she uses her final guiding bolt to see what she's capable of. That'll be a 22 to hit.
How do you want to do this?
Agnes's eyes turn into just a field of stars. It's like a galaxy. And motes of light to Agnes's eyes start coming from every branch and every blade of grass, and the frogs surrounding the lake all give off a semi-harmonious sound as a beam of starlight shoots from her hand directly into the cat, knocking it down.
So there's a gaping laser beam hole in the middle of this now dead cat, and as it falls to the ground, the acid just continues like eating its way through its spine. And now you have a big dead cat. 2 big dead cats.
Dern. Oh, sorry.
Nope.
I was about to say Dern just drops his hammer and just screams to the heavens as loud as he can, and just like holds it for like a minute.
The gods were fair today, but firm.
Dern.
Nope, go ahead.
Dern is smiling as this happens. He's just excited about everything that just occurred.
Yep.
Agnes is still glowing. She doesn't dismiss it. She's still got a solid 9 more minutes of this.
Quill just kind of like slumps down beside the body and like kind of puts his hand on it. It's like, if you had just taken my treat at the beginning of all this, we could have avoided all this. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's
well,
actually.
I'm sorry, Quill. I'm not always the brightest when I'm first waking up. You probably shouldn't have played with the wildlife.
No, this happened. I didn't even get a chance to go back and do it. This happened before you told me to do anything.
Oh, no, I'm aware of that. Melissa's aware of that. Agnes,
Okay.
Yeah.
You asked Agnes if you should go talk to the cat in the woods, and then we got attacked. So
I'm sorry, everybody. I've never seen another one of me, and I heard a purring.
You did indeed hear a purring.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that there was things like me that are like that, and that would do so much attacking.
you're a lot like us too, Quill. It's going to be okay. We'll find more like you. I'm sure there's more around there. The Naylor seems big.
It's not like I'm sad about not seeing more of me. It just would be kind of cool. But I'm going to be honest with you, just because I like to be honest. I'm saying I'm really sorry, but it's probably going to happen again.
Well, I'm counting on it.
And I just So, yeah. And he just kind of like sits there, just like kind of like staring at this little thing, this not little, but this big thing in front of him, like, not everything wants to be friends. That's fine. But
And
sometimes you have hope
Quill learns a lesson.
that he will promptly forget in the next week. Or maybe not. We'll see.
Yeah.
So I will say this. Your tarp needs to be readjusted, and everybody's wet and cold and fucking miserable at this point. You have two massive cats with holes in them within a few feet of you, and your fire's pretty much gone out now, given all of the sheer amount of mud and shit that baseball sliding into it to light arrows has done. What are you guys doing?
I just wanted to look cool.
Hoots is
Hey,
gonna
look,
go
very
gather as much wood as he can and just like
Yeah.
literally, and it's not like a like gently placing, it's walking by and just whipping it into the fire as he's going. He's in a huff. He's not in a good mood.
Yeah.
And he's like kind of like walking back and forth and like piling more and more wood on this. And just from the distance, you see him spin the shotgun around and fire a firebolt into the heart of the flames and go,
Yep.
get some sleep. And
Dern just walked over to where his mat was and just promptly fell over. Like he was downed. He's at 4 HP. He lays on hands himself and goes to bed.
Okay.
uh,
Agnes, do you have anything left in the tank for spell slots for good berries or anything you want to do before bed?
Agnes would. Oh boy. After everyone starts settling down, Agnes would use her last wild shape to cast. To I want to do the wild companion.
Okay.
And I want to sit quietly on the edge with one of the. I'm going to have to write down the name of what those creatures are called. The rabbits with the horn.
Almiraj.
Almiraj.
Bunny
Will work.
corns. Almiraj.
Bunny corns. Going to bring Bunny corn up and just talk with it quietly in Sylvan.
Yeah, you burn your wild shape and it appears.
Yep. And it doesn't matter if it's not walking, like being sentient with me. She's just chatting with it about what just happened and like looking at the stars. And we've never done this before.
It is for all intents and purposes. It can telepathically speak with you. It'll be around for an hour, and it's like, yep, cool stars, bro.
I did take off. I just grumpily threw off my armor, just kind of on it, and went to bed.
Understood. Noticeably, Agnes, this one has a different voice in your head than both the fish and the Almiraj and the cinnamon toast one.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Cinnamon toast.
Yeah. I just talked to them about what I learned.
And it's like, cats are scary. And, just don't be where they're at. You'll be okay.
Cats are scary till you calm them down.
Yeah, but can I tell you a secret?
Always.
Where I'm from, the turtles are what you really have to look out for.
Oh yeah, fuck the turtles.
No, because that just riles them up even more, man. Where I'm from, whole cities ride the turtles.
That's interesting.
Okay, first of all,
I
that
would
sounds
love
really
I would love to see that one day.
It's not so far away.
cool.
I mean, I just showed up right here. It's really easy, man.
I've only figured out how to do it one way so far, but maybe one day.
Yeah. That sounds nice. It just kind of like ponders that and looks off into the sky until the the
The hour.
casting wears off.
Yeah. Then we'll cut the starlight and go to sleep.
I will say your chalice form will proc on Goodberry if you need to use an action to do something. Even though you're making good berries, they technically heal things. So you're not healing anybody with your action, but you are getting that extra effect. So
Okay.
in a pinch,
I
do what
appreciate
you
that
need
I
to
can do that.
do. With that, Durin is on watch.
Durin wakes up, quote unquote, wakes up.
Yeah.
He's just standing at the edge of the pit, just keeping his hands over the fire and stuff like that.
Yep.
And yeah, he's probably pretty exhausted. But yeah, he'll do his watch for the end of the night.
All right.
Perception, I take it.
Yeah.
14.
So you don't see the other moorbounders jumping in on you.
Great. I was wanting another fight.
No, it is quiet. You guys made a lot of noise, and then Hoots made a lot of noise, like stomping around in a huff. Anything with any good amount of sense is steering clear of here because they heard big cats around.
Yeah.
Dawn comes, or proceeds to. You have 2 hours in your watch. Is there anything you'd like to use it for?
I mean, Durin got his big thing done this week for his watch. I guess he just kind of examines the crystal and goes, "What are you about?"
Do you again, you recognize it specific like as an Eberron shard.
Yes.
You know that roll me an intelligence check because I don't think Durin has Arcana, right?
No, he definitely does not.
So just straight int.
3.
You're like, all right, so
I know what this is.
let's
but-
think about this for a second. I know that this is a dragon shard. And I know that you can put magic in it. And I know that these things have been hooked up to other magics.
Mhm.
And this is an Eberron shard. And it's called that because it's related to dragons, and dragons are fucking cool. It's called an Eberron shard because it's part of Eberron the dragon, which means that this holds the power of dragons. Which means I can channel the power of dragons through this crystal in my hand.
And then
Or
I
something.
hold it out. And nothing happens. I go, okay. But honestly, for his 2 hours, Durin's just kind of licking his wounds. And taking a look at this shard and doesn't touch the puzzle box at all.
I like it.
No.
Yeah, everybody kind of comes to. Do they see you kind of contemplating this little crystal?
Who wakes up first?
I'll wake up first, and I'm gonna see you with your little thing.
The little crystal.
Yeah,
Just kind of looking at it.
and I'm gonna kind of like come up behind you, kind of sleepily go, "What's that?"
Durin contemplates it. And he goes, "A shard of a great being."
What kind of being?
Dragon.
Quill's eyes
And-
go very wide.
And Durin goes, "I don't know how I got this."
Quill, not even responding to that, goes, "Is that the show of a dragon?"
Durin looks to Quill and goes, "I don't know yet."
See, now you just troll them.
And Durin doesn't know. He knows that it's attached to a dragon, It's attached to the soul of the world, but he doesn't know if it's an individual soul.
For the folks playing at home, dragon shards are common magical items that are used as batteries
Yeah,
for
but
everything. But to
for
Dern,
everything. But to Dern, this could be.
So
we have two dragon-obsessed fanatics in our midst.
Yeah.
yes. So then okay, hold on. So it could be it could be one dragon soul, or it could be all the dragon souls.
All I know is it's attached to the dragon Eberron. And that I know that these are used in my home.
So hold on here. So who's Eberron? Because you've only mentioned that Tiamat person.
Eberron is one of the three dragons from where I'm from. And Dern is still feeling very wiped out from this whole thing. So he does explain a little bit of Eberron and a bit of that, but he ends it a little early and goes, I think I need to do some more thinking about this.
Well, if you ever need to talk to like a dragon, I mean, I'm not quite a dragon. I got the heart of a dragon, I've been told. But Lou's also here to talk. Lou's a great listener, and he's technically a dragon. Well, he's more of a dragon, but he's a dragon technically once we get his wings back.
Yes, what is happening with that seamster?
What do you mean?
Well, the man we saved from the swamp. He
He's not-
was a seamster, correct? I presumed the wings were on very special order.
No, I just over the years he kind of lost his wings. They weren't sewn on very great.
Dern is having an existential crisis now. No, Dern just goes, why did we go to the swamp?
Where we're looking for the golden sickle thing to like help grow the plants.
So it wasn't to repair Lou.
No. Lou, I'm going to get Lou some wings eventually, but I'm looking for like fabric that matches his current person. Or if I actually happen to found his real wings, that'd be better. But they've been lost for a few years.
Agnes strolls up, says, "What's wrong with Lou?"
Oh, nothing. But Dern, well, he's missing his wings, but Dern seems to think that we're currently looking for his wings.
Oh no, we're looking into your vision. You
No,
had the vision.
Yes, I know that we're looking into my vision, but I thought that we went to that swamp to find the seamster to repair Lou. I'm confused.
Oh no,
There's a seamster to fix Lou?
I could fix Lou if I wanted to. I just haven't found the right materials.
And Hoots is just like fucking pitter patter.
I'm really
Hoots,
sorry.
did you know that we weren't going for a seamster?
10-4 good, buddy.
I don't think anyone's ever said that's what we were doing. I'm not the most like good at remembering stuff, but I would certainly remember if we were going to go fix Lou's wings.
Dern pulls out a little kind of checklist and removes the check mark from repair Lou.
No, hold on. We still got to repair Lou at some point. It's just not.
I'm
like,
removing the check mark, saying it's not done.
yes, it's not like it's something I'd like to do. It's just not something that was like we got to do it now. He's been without wings for years. He's just fine.
I like it.
Eventually, I'll get him new wings, but he's fine as he is.
Dern takes a moment to realize that he probably should listen to people a little bit more. Just a little bit more.
But Lou kind of like look, or not Lou. Quill kind of looks up at you and he's like, I do want to say though, it's very kind of you to want to spend your time and your life to help Lou and myself. So please know that whatever god that you follow in that little temple of yours, I'm going to call out to them tonight and say that they should give you a nice smile down for being so nice to me.
That warms Dern's heart. Dern, by the way, had as soon as he heard Agnes's voice, he tucked the gem away.
All right.
So right now, officially, Quill is the only one who knows about the shard.
Okay.
Officially.
Not a wisp of a fish.
Oh, fish.
Officially.
Ollie.
Oh yeah, I turned to
I am
Hoots
a
and
father.
I turned to Hoots and I go, don't you think just because I almost got us killed doesn't mean that you don't still owe me a fish?
Nah, good buddy. We're square. If anything, you owe me a fish.
I kind of pause and I go, yeah, okay, it's fair.
There really are no fish here, says Agnes from across the glade, staring into the lake.
Yeah.
You guys all benefit from a long rest, by the way.
Yay.
Yay. Good Christ.
Get back my one spell slot.
I think it's more than that.
No,
think it's
I
two.
have two, but I
Yeah.
also did not, in my sleepy state, cast Goodberry again. Just a note.
That's fair. Yeah. Cool. You strike camp, and it's still a little like misty, and rain is just like pittering here and there against your traveling clothes that are unsurprising, still fucking wet because it's been raining the whole time. And drying by a fire after losing your tarp, hard sell, bud. And you step over, and before you lies this lake again, and you hear the sounds of just like frogs croaking and the buzzing of insects, and that waterfall off in the distance. What do you want to do?
Dern is going to go. It's time we find the yellow eye.
All right.
Doesn't know exactly what that means.
But
Why?
This time
But it sounds eloquent as fuck.
Sounds like a great point to just be like pointing off into the distance. We find the
Yes.
yellow eye.
As the sun comes up behind, framing Dern's silhouette, and starts trudging towards a kilometer-wide waterfall that feeds one lake into another.
That
Yeah.
sounds really inspiring, but I don't feel inspired.
We'll call it there for the night, I think, because we've got a couple of minutes left in stream time. You didn't die again, so obviously I got to do something about this.
I actually took no damage, thankfully, do my Zephyr Strike.
Yeah.
That ranged character's gonna range, but the
rest of us came real close to a lot of stuff.
Did good.
Yeah. It's funny. I can just hear my voice going right now too.
Well, we won't keep you too terribly long.
No, it's fine. It's just funny.
Mac, where can people find you if they want to see your stuff on the internets?
You can go to where I just typed here. Username Mackenzie. I haven't in a while, but I stream Gundam building, which is super cool.
It is.
It is.
I do that. I'll have some upcoming Kickstarter announcements, not this week, but soon. Some cool stuff. But yeah, you can that Mackenzie _00. You can also find me on Twitter at, let me see what it is, because that's kind of an important part of this. Same thing, Mackenzie _00 on Twitter, or you can search Otherworldly Press, but I won't expect you to do that one for now.
Hoots! Where can people find you on the interwebs, where all fine interwebs are sold?
anywhere you choose to get your internets from, you can find me at Alone Donut spelled properly. I'm most active on TikTok and Twitter, a little bit on Instagram. Um, yeah, and occasionally here on Twitch. You guys can find me usually before, actually, about give or take 4 or 5 hours before the stream starts. You can usually find me doing my own little thing. So if you're really, really into Star Citizen, and want to hear me rant about terrible lore and ship designs, you can come find me there.
I might actually try playing that because
Yeah.
I watched some of your stream the other night and I'm like, oh, it's kind of like Eve Online.
I will tell you
For
this: it's an alpha, and
okay,
it's in alpha.
okay,
And
yeah,
sometimes
fair.
it's a
I mean,
great game. I have a lot of fun. If you don't own the game and you're looking to get into it, you can free fly. There's a free fly event coming up on the 20th. And
Mhm.
because we're taking an opportunity, I'm going to give you my referral code. I'm going to put it here in chat if any of you want to do it,
Sure.
because you guys actually get you get more cool stuff than I get cool stuff. So I highly recommend it if you're looking to join and play. It's a huge amount of fun. Um,
I want to give
so
it a go.
and again, the free fly is a great place to try it. The game will be especially buggy because a bunch of people playing all at once that never play and getting the opportunity to fly ships meant to house multiple people at once and flying them solo makes the game a little rough. Um, but it's a lot of fun. It's great. And again, it's a great time if you ever want to hear me rant about ship designs that were designed for rule of cool and not practically, or
Mhm.
about governments that were designed by people that don't understand how politics works.
I like it.
Ah,
Dern,
hello.
where can people find you if they need to reach out to you on the internet and not hear your sultry getting sick voice?
Well, if people don't want to hear that voice, then they're out of luck for at least a couple of weeks.
They
No.
can find you at the Chum Bucket in a SpongeBob
Yes.
cartoon, for one.
Yes. No, I was gonna say that you can find me at what I'm just about to post. My Instagram account, where I am trying to get back into reviewing beers and stuff like that. But I work in the beverage industry. And yeah, I talk about beer. I like beer and all that kind of stuff.
I like it. And Melissa?
Hi, you can find, oop, that's in the wrong window. You can find me here on most platforms, although um, I'm at moongazer_LL, primarily just here with Logomancy right now, but eventually we'll stream into other things. But if you need to reach out to me or care to reach out, feel free to do so at that handle on Instagram or the TikToks or the Twitters.
And as for myself, also, you can find me as Ramshackle the Black Hand on where most fine social media platforms are sold, except Twitter. That's still at bin86 because eventually I'll update that. I mostly play D&D, and I'm actually thinking of branching out a little bit because I have found a new passion, friends. And so CNC machines are really, really cool.
I love
And
CNC machines.
I needed some storage for my mini paints, and I got some CNC machine cut boxes and shelves that you have to puzzle piece together with rubber bands and like the little elastic pieces and stuff.
Mhm.
And within like a good 30 minutes of poor instructions and just like craftsman like concentration, I have a box that works. And the internet is full of people with CNC machines looking to do cool things and templates and stuff. And they have things like this is a carousel that actually plays music and functionally moves, but is made entirely out of wood with no glue and things like that. And I'm absolutely building those on camera as soon as I can grab some
That's
because
really
they hold a
cool.
special place in my heart and they will live like fucking here somewhere when I'm done with them.
That's
So,
cool.
and
I
I will drink
actually,
beer on the internet with Dern. That
yes,
seems like an excellent idea too.
yeah, no, I would do that in a heartbeat.
So, just so it is said, we what do we got here? We are streaming next week, but the following Sunday on the 22nd, there will be no stream as it is a long weekend, and we all take long weekends off because families and shit, all that jazz. So,
Yay.
yay, indeed. Which means it gives me time to write lore and stuff. So, yeah, I think with that, we can probably call it a night. So thank you guys, everybody, for showing up and hanging out and having a good time. And for the 9 folks that are still around, thank you very much for your attendance. And the VOD will be up on YouTube in a couple of days.
We'll raid out.
Indeed. David, would you mind taking us on a little raid trip, sir?
Yeah, we're gonna go to Crows of the Damned.
There's also,
All right, that is the most metal shit that I've heard all day.
what about whiskey and waffles?
I mean, I like both. We got to do whiskey and waffles next week.
Okay, done. So Crows of the Damned, if you're still hanging out here and you're looking to go send a good time to some good people, I recommend going talking to them. Looks like they're level 5, so they're either just starting or they're pretty well into their campaign. Episode 17. I actually just looked at the title finally, so we're gonna send you over to them. Tell them Legends of Logomancy sent you, and have a great night.
Bye,
Thanks, everybody.
everybody.
Bye, guys.
Good
Bye,
night.
friends.